Phantom Cigar. Thank you very much for the 52. I need to change the title. No, 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 not yet. We're gonna save that intro for the actual game. Ababa. So before we even get started here, there's loads of little things on this main menu screen. Lots of little things you can fuck around with. You can speed it up or slow it down with R1 and R2. Now we see here we're getting a really slow-mo animation. I can speed it up with R1. Or you can just let it go at normal speed by not pressing anything. We can cut out the background completely if we press triangle. If we click R3, we can change the colors. If we press L3, we can change the camo pattern. Like this. With L1... What are we even doing there with L1? We're just changing the two versions of Snake and the guy. Oh yeah, we're zooming in there. Yeah, we're zooming in and out. I like getting rid of the background and just looking at the camo. Pretty cool. What else can we do? Ba-ba. Oh, yeah, you can just get rid of the camo completely in the background with L2. So you just get the color. That looks nice. I love playing around with this. Let me see here before we get into the game. Yeah, we'll go for a completed file. Let's do it.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Uzbekistan. Altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. For used a mole to get the family out first, and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The president demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then, a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast.
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
All right, let's go get this backpack. Skyline as well, thank you very much for the 7 months. Much appreciated. Before we do anything, though, let's see what happens if we decide not to get the backpack. What happens if I just say screw it and try to leave? I'm not allowed.
Snake, where do you think you're going? You can't expect to proceed with the mission without any weapons or equipment. First, you'll need to recover your backpack. It's caught on a tree to the south. Press the action button to climb the tree and retrieve your backpack. Is that clear?
And if we try and leave again, I don't think... Yeah, it just forces you to run back. There's no call. Okay. Alright, I've climbed the tree. But now what? What do I do now?
Snake, did you climb that tree?
Yes.
Good. So the backpack?
Not yet.
Not yet? Don't tell me you went up the tree just to take in the view. Well, I must admit that's not a bad idea. Climbing a tree does give you a wider range of view. You can use it for scouting. But what you need to do now is retrieve your backpack. Understood?
Yeah.
The backpack is on the branch pointing east on that tree, right? Walk along the branch and get it. Be careful not to fall. You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button. I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You are a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your codename is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
All right. Did they actually comment on loading screens between the levels? Did they say anything about that? I know it has the same, that it'll have the same level design. I didn't hear anything about them commenting on the loading screens, though. But I haven't been keeping up to date with all of the info, so maybe they did talk about it. Before we go anywhere here, let's do a few calls. As many of you know, the Virtuous Mission is a bit of a pain in the balls when it comes to doing all the optional calls. There are lots of good calls and relevant story-related calls, particularly with Zero. But to get them, you have to trudge through a lot of tutorials. They're buried in a mountain of tutorial calls. So it can be a pain in the balls getting all of these. But yeah.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction. Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food. and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss's frequency is 141.80. Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Ask her about hunting for food and medical treatment. Also, she has documents detailing flora and fauna in the operation locale. Contact her if you need detailed information on any of the plants and animals in your area. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73.
Yeah, I think the level design is going to be identical. Everything looks exactly the same from what they've shown, I think, in the trailers.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup.
Yeah, it's why I really don't have much of an interest in the remake overall, because it seems like a glorified remaster more than anything. Like the cutscenes are shot for shot the same. The voice acting is going to be all the same. It seems like the levels are going to be the same. Surely the gameplay will feel different, though. Like, it looks like it'll feel different. Looks like it, it looks like MGS5 with how it controls. But yeah, like Dim said, they also said it's going to have a classic control scheme as well. So yeah, it's kind of, when you look at it, it's hard to imagine the game controlling like the original, like even with the classic control scheme. Just it feels like, it just looks fundamentally quite different. But maybe not. Again, like, I haven't pored over all of the footage that they've shown.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your physical abilities. You've got to replenish your stamina before it runs out.
Yeah.
Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed. Snake, use the survival viewer to pick your camouflage, treat wounds, and eat food.
But yeah, I'm just hoping that the gameplay will be different enough to be interesting. It'd be really boring if it just played exactly like the original, where where it was just a visual overhaul. I wouldn't really, don't really have much interest in that. But yeah, hopefully there'll be enough of a variation on the gameplay for it to be interesting.
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's, Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it. Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect...
Yeah.
You can use an equipped weapon during first-person view. Snake, making it harder for the enemy... Snake, be careful. The way to change... Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself. The idea behind this mission is procure on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site.
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna available in the mission area. Ask her if you have any questions about the plants and animals you find. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73. Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
Tea, of course.
Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kephalin. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
I hope the patrol layouts are different in Delta. You know, for those of us that have played the game a million times and are really familiar with the levels, the patrol routes, the positioning of guards. It'd be kind of disappointing if I go into the remake, and I know exactly where all the guards are in every stage. Even if the gameplay does feel significantly new. Yeah, I'm going to have a serious advantage. Hopefully, I feel like it'd be nice if they did the Resident Evil remake approach. Where they played around with some of your expectations of what's going to happen, like enemy locations. Like in Resident Evil 1, in the remake of RE1, with the dog smashing through the window, how it doesn't happen in the same way. Little things like that. All right, but even aside from that, yeah, it'd be nice just to have some different layouts.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
Hey! My scone's gone too! Oh! Oh, dearie me!
Snake, what do you do when you get a new weapon or item?
I put it in my backpack first.
But you know that you can't equip items that are still in your backpack, right?
Yeah. The only things that can be equipped with the weapon and item window buttons are items on my person.
Correct. If you want to equip an item, first you have to remove it from your backpack.
To place a weapon on your person, go to the survival viewer, then backpack.
Place a weapon on my balls.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities, built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels that she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. But we were able to get the green light for this mission at all is thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects. Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip. If you're in a close quarters fight or other situation that requires immediate action, fire from that position. Observe where your shots are hitting and correct your aim accordingly.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations, that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
I've always wondered if this part of the story was a reflection on the development and the creation of Kojima Productions. Because after the release of MGS3, that was when Kojima Productions was formed. And what did they use as their logo? The Fox logo. And their very first logo was actually the plane at the start of MGS3. Their logo video showed the plane flying past, and then it zoomed in on the Fox logo and said Kojima Productions. So this whole thing about, you know, if we succeed in this mission, we'll be officially organized into a unit. Fox will be officially formed into a unit. I wonder if that was some kind of commentary on what was happening with the development. Kojima getting his own unit. Maybe not. It is interesting though that he used that logo, right? Yeah, Kojima Productions didn't exist until after 3. And again, it just makes me think of the pressure that was on them to deliver with 3, you know, after the backlash. There was a big MGS2 backlash, obviously, with 3. 3 was designed to be much more of a crowd pleaser.
Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Hey, Billy.
Boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Selino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna in each area. Ask her for the details. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73. Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run and when it's best just to walk. Move the left stick slightly to walk. You won't move very fast, but it consumes little stamina, and enemies are less likely to detect you. When you are near enemies or when you need to conserve stamina... Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina besides eating.
Such as?
Such as taking a rest.
A rest?
To take a rest...
Yeah.
In most areas...
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
That's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you. With an equipped... The degree to which you move the left...
Yeah.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Snake, if you equip. Snake?
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces. Snake, let me explain the enemy. After you've press the...
Okay, how about we move on to the second area?
Snake, remember that the suppressor is a limited commodity.
I know. No suppressor lasts forever.
Exactly. When the suppressors...
Yeah. Okay, we got through a good chunk of them there. It's impossible to pace them out, naturally, just because the virtuous mission is so short. So you just kind of have to sit here and go through them. Let's do one save call with Paramedic.
Saving the game, Snake?
And we'll continue. Yeah, later on it'll be a bit easier to pace them out naturally, but on the virtuous mission, there's just so many of them.
Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Really setting the tone. MGS3 wants to be a lot lighter. A lot more comical. Take it easy and have some fun. There are many calls in the game that express that kind of sentiment. We get a clean headshot here. We get a one-hit kill. Whoa! Oh yeah, the game has its darker moments, for sure, but it's definitely, overall, you know, it's much more focused on comedy and fun.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Yes, Ludwig, I know you're just trying to write a shortened version of Japanese. But yeah. You're better writing JP or Japanese. Alright, let's take out these fools. Pop them. If you shoot them in the body and roll into them, you get an instant KO, just like a headshot.
Freeze!
Don't shoot me, please!
This is one of my favorite things.
Oh.
Can you do this to, No, yeah, I guess you wouldn't be able to do it to Johnny later on in the game. You know, I'm being reminded of Johnny here. Making me think that Johnny himself might have a super-powered version of this. But we can't hold him up like this, can we?
Oh.
Yeah, keep shaking.
Oh.
There we go. He was keeping this heavily guarded. I think that's the last thing he drops, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah. The porn is the last to go. Put another dart in him. His most prized possession, yeah. But yeah, of course, in MGS3, we get all these new CQC tools, fancier ways to hold people up. Push them to the floor. We can interrogate them. Hold them up, use them as a shield. Up here I can get the SVD. We'll put this guy in a cage for later. Another interesting thing about the Virtuous mission is that we can get a load of weapons here. We can get a sniper rifle in like the third area. Get an assault rifle in the next area. You can even get a shotgun in Razvet. And of course, it's all too good to be true, right? Because then all of that stuff gets taken from you at the start of Operation Snake Eater. And then it takes a bit longer to get all that stuff back. Yeah, I think this has the exact same description as an MGS2 publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns.
Camouflage.
Yeah, we're gonna try and impress the boss here.
You can... Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Virtuous Mission was like a vertical slice for the full game, same as the tanker in MGS2. Yeah, in development, the shorthand for the Virtuous Mission that they used was VR Mission. And, you know, they kind of toy with that during the opening scene when Zero introduces the name of the mission and Snake confuses it for Virtual Mission. In one of Kojima's diaries, development diaries, he commented on the Virtuous Mission being like comparing a VR mission to like a tutorial, like a simulation of what the full game is going to be.
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground, and you might be able to divert their attention.
Yeah, so there you go. Anything else?
Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Oh.
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission.
Yeah.
In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
She feels like she's on her deathbed, saying her last words, things that she wouldn't normally say.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style. The survival viewer is going to be your best friend in this mission, so learn to make the most of it. Choose battlefield. It takes more than camouflage. Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
All right, let's go grab these thermals down here. Another thing you can get super early on the Virtuous mission. Thermal goggles. The classic. This is a really good strat too. Snake is right to smile when he sees this because this clears out the entire area. Let's see if the same thing happens in Delta. Yeah, he runs into those two guys on the bridge, and then they run into this guy, and then they all move on. It's like a tumbleweed. And then they run straight through to the next area. And now the whole area is clear. However, they will come back. After like a minute. They'll come through from there again. You get a little audio cue to warn you of them coming back. Kind of a unique thing about MGS3. Guards moving back and forth between areas through loading screens, through loading zones. Beads and Weaves, thank you for the 7. Yeah, there's the queue. So now they're on their way back. I guess you have stuff like this in MGS2 during alert phases. You know, with reinforcements coming in and out of doors, through doors. But you don't really get it with normal enemies moving back and forth between areas. Now, these 3 guys are going to come back across the bridge. Let's see if we can do something here. Oh! Nice! I'm not always able to get all three of them at the same time there. That was nicely timed. Yeah, you can destroy all the ropes on the bridge here. You can't destroy the bridge completely. You can't soft lock yourself back here. This should have been in the MGS3 secret theater. Snake destroying all the ropes here. Then when they have their cutscene later on with everyone on the bridge, the boss and Sokolov, they all just slip, fall into the river. Ooh, why am I doing this, man? This just makes it an absolute pain to cross. I'm gonna leave the rest of it. Oof. Here we get the XM16E1. Has a cool little camo pattern on it. Oh, I forgot that I left you here. We get to test it out straight away. The boss also serves as your weapons expert on the Virtuous mission. She is the SIGINT of the Virtuous mission. However, if you do all these calls about your weapons with the boss, you won't be able to do them with SIGINT later. And, you know, they both give you slightly different information. But there is a way to get around that if you want to see both of them. We can just do the calls with the boss, commit suicide, reset the area, and then just continue without doing the calls with the boss. When you kill yourself, you'll go back to your last checkpoint. Let me just reload the area so we can do these calls with the boss. Ooh.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
Yeah, you can see here, see the little symbol on the bottom left of the window? That's your fully automatic symbol. There's your 3-shot burst. And then there's your single shot.
The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head, but if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully. I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well. That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful. I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that.
Okay. I think she also tells us about our items as well. I'm not sure if she comments on everything. I know she comments on thermals. Pentazemin as well, maybe?
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships. But to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries. To place a weapon on your person, go to the survival viewer. Then...
Nah, she doesn't talk about the Phantasm. Okay, Snake. It was nice knowing you.
Snake, what happened? Talk to me. Snake! Snake!
So now it's as if I didn't do any of those weapon-related calls. The game hasn't registered them. So now we can do all the same ones with SIGINT later on. Let's get back to our calls with Zero.
Sokolov. Sokolov.
Yeah.
Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution. Snake, did you find food?
Yeah,
You sound happy.
I am.
Do you know how to eat it? Then let me explain. To eat food, press the start button to enter the survival viewer, then select food. Select the food you want to eat and press the enter button. Select eat and you will eat the selected food. When you eat, you will recover your stamina, but the extent of recovery depends on what you eat. When your stamina is down only slightly, you should save your tastier morsels for later. But don't leave food for too long or it'll rot. This is where a little planning ahead goes a long way.
Besides eating food, you can throw it at enemies to confuse them. So remember, food is not just for eating. Be creative. Snake, camouflage uniform. Snake,
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
I explained that the virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words,
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure?
Exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
So, we finally learned the meaning behind the code name. It's interesting, they talk about it at the very start in a mandatory call. And Zero says, I'll tell you later when the time is right. But if you just play through the game and you don't do any optional calls, you will never learn. This is the only call that really talks about it. But yeah, it fits in with the idea of the Cobra unit, of course. You know, they all have a specific quality. Later on, the boss, you know, when Volgin is asking the boss, is he coming with us? No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle. Connects with what we were just told there. Devoid of a specific quality, naked and pure. Big boss before he becomes big boss.
Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with...
Hey. Wait, did I even say hi, Snake? I can't remember. Hey. Mr. Man, how's it going? Guess it fits with the idea of a virtuous mission as well. The idea of purity, you know, virtuous, righteous. Prove that you're virtuous.
It's possible to destroy the radio that enemy correspondents use. If you must get involved in a fight, destroying the radio first will allow you to concentrate on the battle without worrying about reinforcements. Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the enemy's nose. In the event that you're spotted by an enemy, disable him before he can...
Yeah.
Snake, I recommend against leaving the bodies of your victims lying around. If the enemy spots a fallen comrade, they'll realize that they've been infiltrated and... Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your gun depends on where you hit him. If you hit a... Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory, and it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake,
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
I love when we see him pass out in the middle of these calls.
You can get inside trees that...
Yeah.
Snake? In the... Move the right... If you have a... Buy it. You did an excellent halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces. Press the... While hanging, use the left stick, left step button, and right step button to move left and right.
It's the Zero AI.
When you want to climb back up from your hanging position, press the action button once more. If you want to drop down, press the crawl button.
Yeah, this game has re-recorded dialogue too, just like MGS2 for controls. Another thing about the calls in MGS3, the more of these you do, the more images you unlock for each character. You start off with 4, but yeah, you'll eventually get a 5th image, a 6th, 7th. With the boss, you'll only get 5 because she doesn't stay around for long. And with each new image, you'll get more information as well.
To place a weapon on... The sooner you find the enemy,
See how
the
it's
better
just
you'll be
4
able
now?
to-
You'll see that change to 5 soon.
When you aim your... Stalking is... In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get you killed. You'll have to make sure your weapons and equipment don't make noise bumping around. Use tape to secure metal objects and other items that seem likely to produce noise. After you've secured your gear,
Yeah.
select Map. Keep in mind that your weapons and There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes,
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what. Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
Very Master Miller-esque. Yeah, because the player can see what's going on in the game. We can hear, but we cannot smell the game world.
If you rapid fire the...
Yeah, I think that's the last call from the boss.
You can't keep hanging forever. Once you run out of grip strength, you'll fall. Check your grip strength with the grip gauge. When you hang, a blue gauge appears above the stamina gauge. This is the grip gauge. It indicates the status of your grip. When hanging, the grip gauge drops. When the grip gauge expires, you will fall, so you must climb back up before that happens. The length of the grip gauge depends upon your stamina. If you need to hang for a long period, you'll have to revive your stamina first.
Kojima's still mauling about the bloody disc smell getting scrapped. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. I think I'm pretty good now to move on. Let me just check here.
If there's press the... If you approach...
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech. But a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was gonna make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward one step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
Shadow Cloud, I haven't actually. No, I should put it on the list. I do like Ed Harris. I think he's in that movie, right? Okay, I think we can move on. I'm gonna eat this gavial.
Not too bad. Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Tell him I love him, Snake. Okay, first we'll take out this fool. Then this fool. And then finally... No! You son of a bitch. Nice, okay, the second hit landed. Got away with it. Bump. Bump, bump, bump. This dude up here. Oh, I didn't even see him there, the way he blends in. Nice.
Who's that?
Oh, okay. I give up. Let me shoot you and roll into you, please. It's a shame you can't hear Sokolov during this mayhem. Ba-da-ba-ba. Be great to have him screaming in the room. Ba-da-ba-ba. Did any of them even stay up here? Bow. Bow.
Lost the enemy. He must be hiding nearby. Hunt him down. HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Going into high alert.
Daddaloo.
Keep your eyes open.
I completely forgot about the thing that you can walk on up here. When I saw it in the Delta trailer, I was like, is that new? Can you do that in Resvet? Forgot completely about it. Yeah, this rail here. Ah, fuck. I wanted to walk on it just for the hell of it here.
What's going on?
Can they knock me off it? Can I use my SVD here? Yeah, I think this is this the only place where you do this? I think it is. MGS4 might be kind of similar with that one area in Act 1. Although maybe I'm forgetting other places. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, nice. What is this guy doing? Hello. Ah, fuck. Okay, let's go all out with the Patriot. There's still someone left who can see me. They're not able to shoot me, though. Ba-dow.
Over there?
What's wrong? What's wrong? Huh? Where's he hiding?
Oh my god! Just a million leg shots. So Sokolov doesn't give a shit about that whole war zone. But if we shoot the glass here,
Please stop.
that'll set him off. We can also throw in a reticulated python.
Get off me.
You can completely break the immersion here with the subsistence camera, because we can actually see inside the room. And if you look inside the room, look, there's the snake. There's no Sokolov. But you're not supposed to be able to see inside the room, because this is the original camera that the game had. You can see like a little bit of it there, but not the whole thing. Yeah. Another thing we can do is kill him.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
A lot of people know about the Ocelot time paradox here. coming up soon, but I think still a lot of people don't know about what you can do with Sokolov. You can do the same thing with him here. Did he turn into food? No, that was the snake. That was the snake that I threw in. I blew it up. Hold on. We still need to get a certain call with paramedic.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
I tried the meat. It was great.
Well, good for you. But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby. I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful. The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge. It shows, as the name suggests, your remaining stamina. As you consume stamina, eat. That area is home to the Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
To eat food. Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
Uh-huh. So how do they taste?
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Ugh.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician, or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
Uh-huh. So?
So what?
Your reputation. How was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So?
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
Is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack.
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me. If you have any questions about... Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Oh, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love him.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in The Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right.
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah.
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting?
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me, what other kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Forget it.
Yeah, so the subtitles are a bit fucked there at the end, as you can see. Random French subtitles out of nowhere. But yeah, that's the last call we need to do with Paramedic on the Virtuous mission. Where they talk about the Great Escape. The version of The Fly that they're talking about there isn't the 80s The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. It's the older 1950s version. Which I haven't seen. I've seen that film that she mentions there, The Quartermass Experiment. That's a good one. In that call, I think they want the player to be thinking of the Mantis mask or, you know, Raiden's mask at the start of MGS2 when she can't think of what it is. Once you get to Razbet here as well, you can't talk to the boss. You get no response. Oh, congrats, Mr. Man. You made it up to Battle Ruler. You really want to fight me now? Yeah, you probably beat my ass now. Especially when I haven't played the game in like a month. I'm out of practice. I need to learn all the new tech. But yeah, here we get no response from the boss. However, if we keep calling her again and again here, eventually you can get something a little strange. Still nothing.
Boss?
Spooky. You can actually hear the sorrow there. He's extremely quiet in the background during that static. But if you listen carefully, you can hear a voice, which is the voice of the sorrow. And it's just one of his quotes from later on when you meet him. I forget, like, just like sad, so sad, or something like that. I can never really hear him properly, but yeah, it's the sorrow's voice there. And when you come back to this area after going to Razbet, you come all the way back to Dramuchi, you get another little call here with Major Tom.
Snake, where are you going?
Oh,
Are you abandoning your mission?
absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think you thought so.
Sokolov is back there in the factory. Head back north.
Roger.
That's the only reason we have to come back. Oh, 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 oh. Ah, ah, ah. Yeah, Mr. Man, I'm looking forward to, I mean, it should be good practice for me too. I'll get to learn some new stuff about King. Okay, yeah, I think we're done here. Let me just do another save with Paramedic.
Do you want to save? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fish man.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fish man?
You started it.
Hey, what's up, Caster? Did you watch any of CEO, Mr. Man? It was great seeing Kazuya make it to grand finals.
What the?
Ooh, I'm probably going to get caught at the last second here. Go, 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 go. So normally this is where we would trigger the scene with Sokolov. You just approach the door and the scene triggers. But if we have the Rykov mask equipped, that doesn't happen.
Vulcan said you didn't he? Go away.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Yeah, Sokolov isn't an MGS2 fan.
Stay away from me. I will never give it to you.
Oh, I wasn't close enough to the door. Oh, I guess I can't do it with the mask. Yeah. Wait, actually, hold on. Maybe I can if I... That would probably just interrupt it completely. Hold on. Yeah, if you didn't know, you can make Snake dizzy by spinning around like this. You can make him get sick.
I hear something. I hear something.
Wow, that works too.
Vulcan said you didn't he? Go away.
I hear something.
I will never give it to
Okay, hold on. I'm about to get caught. I'm about to get caught. This guy's running up to me. The fucking... The guards can hear you vomit. That's cool. I actually forgot about that. Alright, quick. Trigger the scene. Trigger the scene.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Vulcan's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Jeez.
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives?
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Huh? Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
All right. We can play around a little bit here. Ocelot and all his boys are knocked out. Pan Style, thank you very much for the 32 months. Much appreciated. Mart as well with the 19. Cheers, everyone. And we can shake down Ocelot and see what he's carrying. A mouse trap. Because an ocelot is a type of cat, right? And cats like to catch mice. An ocelot likes to set people up. We can also just straight up murder him here.
Snake, what have you done? You've changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
Get another time paradox, just like with Sokolov. The barrels don't seem to do anything to him, I don't think. We throw this down here. It killed those guys. I think as well, if you place down this mousetrap, you can get the reward later during Operation Snake Eater, I think. We place this down here. Let's see what happens when we come back. I think there'll be an animal here.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgan and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No. What about you?
No good. You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice?
I
Snake.
don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
I love Snake's reaction at the end. He seems deeply concerned. I always like to think that he can sense something of the boss in Ocelot. Some sort of connection through the boss. Later on, you have that line during the fight with Ocelot. Thank you for teaching me the joy of the revolver. We get our skills from the boss and pass them down to the true son of the boss. Hey, what's up, Martian? How's it going? Yeah, Jankel, because it's an indirect kill. Yeah, it'd be cool if you could test out other methods. We don't need to eat any of that. My mousetrap! Let's see if it's there later. I don't think it will. Maybe if I left the area before it got caught.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
All right. Before we do this, though, if we move the camera around, we can see something interesting here. See that skeleton in the background? That is the Sorrow. This is where the Sorrow was killed by the boss. Almost looks like he's reaching out to us. In the original version of the game, of course, you didn't have this camera, but you could still see him with the classic camera. If we click R3, we can switch to the classic camera. And then with the right analog stick, we can move it back. We can see him there. During the next cutscene, we'll get a closer look at him as well with the R1 prompt. But yeah, it's the same body you see during the fight with the Sorrow. You know, when you make it to the very end of his river during the boss fight. You see the skeleton lying there at the end of the river too. That's a good question, Dry Ice. I don't think so. I've never tested it. But I don't think so.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then? The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the Boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The Boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little coaction?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable.
And Colonel Volkin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volkin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volkin's ranks. I've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volkin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square zero. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent. To the Khrushchev regime, at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
All right, we're back. Let me just check my dashboard here. Oh, hey, Tom Hanks with the $5 donation. Thank you, Tom. And also to Fight the End. Thank you very much. Our first donation for the End's fate. I will add that in a second. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we have 3 ways of disposing of the End. We can fight him, snipe him early, or let him die of natural causes. Let him die of old age. Tom, thank you very much. I'll put that towards fight. Cheers. Pan Stylers, I thank you for the 32. I think I did. Mart with the 19. Cheers, guys. Let's say hello to Mr. Sigint, shall we?
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
All right, nice guy. Anything else?
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose. During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know. Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can. Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the US was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
Does the game do anything different if you take longer than a week to finish it? No. But I have a feeling maybe that was an idea originally when they were making the game. Because the game does do a lot of stuff with the clock, you know, with your system's clock. Food that will go off after a certain amount of time. You know, the end dying of old age. If you stop playing and come back and your console recognizes the time of date that you've been away for a week. So maybe there was going to be something like that as well that would, you know, tie into your console's clock. Yeah, that would have been really cool. But yeah, you can see why they might have decided against it at the same time as well. Would have been a pain in the ass for a lot of people. Or maybe they never considered it as an idea. But yeah, it's cool in this game, you know, if you save the game and come back a few days later, all your food might be rotten. As well, your health will recover. If you stop playing and come back.
Too cool.
Paramedic talks about that, you know, when she talks about the save mechanic tying into Snake's sleep. Some herbal plant. Jesus Christ, man. Some herbal plant with the $100 donation. Sup, dog? Thank you for the stream. Snipe him early so we all can witness the almighty wheelchair limit break. Cheers. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you. $100. Cheers. Hold on. Some herbal plant. Thank you. Thank you. That's incredibly generous. Cheers. But yeah, they did a lot of similar stuff with Boktai, the lesser-known Kojima Productions game. That game does a lot of stuff with the in-game clock. But yeah, even as far back as MGS2, they were experimenting with it. You know, Snake's beard, which can grow back. The VR missions as well. The lighting changes depending on the time of day. Let's talk to Paramedic, shall we?
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, Don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you. Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there. You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it?
Okay, let's make a bit of progress here, shall we? It's one of my favorite areas visually. Flying squirrel. Here, I forgot that there was a flying squirrel here. Do it. Do it. Nice. Colors are really nice here. You just heard a horse?
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Celino Yask?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
All right, before we do anything else here, let me change my camo. At night, black camo is really, really good. we lean up here, we're at 95%. Future tracks. Do you look forward to Delta? If so, are you going to play Legacy or New Style? I will probably switch back and forth between the two on my first playthrough. Or just kind of see how they feel. Yeah, I don't know. I probably won't know until I see the game. Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. I'm sure I'll be able to switch back and forth. And, yeah, just get a feel for both.
What the hell is this?
HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
And am I looking forward to Delta? I'm not, like, super excited about it. I'm hoping it'll breathe some life into the community. And I hope it turns out well, obviously. But it looks like somewhere between a remaster and a remake, where, like, all the cutscenes look like shot-for-shot recreations of the original game. It's going to have all of the original voice acting. And it's kind of hard for me to get excited just, you know, about a visual overhaul. I don't really care that much about, you know, seeing super high-def MGS3 on Unreal 5. Like, that alone isn't really enough to excite me. And yeah, just seeing that, like, the cutscenes and everything are just going to be shot for shot the same. I am intrigued to see the gameplay, really, you know, because that's where things will be different, it would seem. Even though they say it has this classic control scheme, it's kind of hard to imagine that classic control scheme playing the same way as the original. I would say it'll still probably feel different. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna wait until I see the game, you know, and who knows how I'll feel about it. But yeah, I'll be intrigued to check it out when it comes out, and it should be interesting seeing how people react to it and just seeing how they went with it. The Master Collection is being patched. Yeah, like in the recent presentation that they did, they acknowledged all the problems with the Master Collection, and they highlighted a lot of fans' brutal criticism of them. And they seem to be really trying to make amends with this MGS3 remake. That's the kind of impression you get. You know, they're like inviting criticism. So yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Yeah, that was another thing. After seeing the Master Collection and seeing stuff like Silent Hill Ascension, it really kind of put me off Konami again. It kind of revitalized my disdain for them. And it made me just really not want to give a fuck about Delta, you know, like why would I get excited about anything Konami puts out after seeing these recent fuck-ups? Just again and again and again, you get this impression that something is very wrong at that company. But yeah, after seeing them acknowledge the Master Collection criticisms and just seeing Okamura's management of the series since he took over as lead producer, yeah, I feel like there are good signs there with what we've seen in these recent presentations. You know, the acknowledgement of the fuck-ups and... yeah. Another thing about... I feel like when it comes to remakes, generally, I'm kind of hard to please. Like, even remakes that turn out well and that are generally loved, I might not often enjoy them. And this kind of in-between remaster remake thing, I'm also not a big fan of. It kind of reminds me of the Blue Point approach, which I don't really like. But yeah, I hope it's I hope it lives up to a certain standard, and I hope it turns out well, even if I don't care for it personally, because I feel like there's a decent chance I probably won't care for it, even if it does satisfy most people. But we'll see. You know, it's really hard to have any real concrete thoughts before actually playing, you know, before I play the game. I really need to see it in action and play it. Then I'll know how I feel about it. Go. Battle. Okay, we'll wait for this dude. But it'll probably be exciting anyway, just for the sake of the stream and the community. You know, I'm sure we'll be doing lots of streams, and it'll be interesting seeing all the reactions. It'll be fun just breaking it down. Ba-do-la-bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Let's interrogate this guy.
Speak. While falling, press the action button above branches. Speak. Under the rope bridge, flatten yourself against the cliff wall and
Why is he giving tips? Because his life is in my hands. He needs to say something to try and survive, right? Giving me help. Seems like a strategy. Maybe he'll let me off the hook if I give him some info. Bum ba dum ba doom ba dum boodle dum boom bum bum.
What's wrong?
Okay, there's at least one guy left. Love how they blend in. I think he's the only guy that's left. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah, we dropped the hornet's nest last time. Does that hornet's nest respawn here? It does, yeah. Right now we have no guns. The boss took our weapon from us, took our pistol. So right now we just have to use our knife, use our CQC. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, let's wait for him to come back down. Oof.
Huh?
Hey! It is still here. Nice. I thought I remembered that being a thing. That was the sound of my mousetrap that I left here in the virtuous mission. Yeah, the mousetrap will stay. You'll get to pick it up here. Get to take the trap. Love when we come back here, it's just dead. No guards at all. Get a mine detector. Yeah, we can find an AK, a mine detector, a box, thermal goggles. Loads of stuff here.
Adam is a spy sent by the KGB to infiltrate Volgin's ranks. You'll need to be extremely careful in how you approach him.
Obviously. He can't let Volgin know he's meeting me.
That's right. Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it? Adam won't show... The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect. Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Major, why did the boss defect?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
What do you mean?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh, well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood.
Aren't you supposed to love the boss, though, Zero? I thought your love for the boss was comparable to Snake's love of the boss. I guess he's just playing the role of commander, you know, he has to suppress his feelings. He can't show how he really feels about the boss.
Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
It's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where Zero comes from?
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
Snake, let's go.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it! Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
All right, let's do it. Before we do anything, let's check in with the team.
It appears you've been completely surrounded.
Yeah, so I gathered.
If Eva is to escape from there...
Right. I'll have to take them all out.
Snake, you must defeat all the Ocelots. That's the only way to ensure Eva's safe escape, as well as your own. But you're up against a lot of them. Don't try to take them head on. Approach them without being seen and dispatch them one by one. And don't forget to use your camouflage.
Those rifles the Ocelots are using aren't AK-47s, are they?
No. They kind of look like AKMs, but they're different.
Different how?
They've got steel handguards and vertical type foregrips. And the muzzle suppressor is bigger.
A carbine version of the AKM, huh? Hungary has a unique modified version of the AKM called the AMD-63. I heard something before about them making a prototype carbine version of that. My guess is they probably imported some of those prototypes. If they're using a carbine version of the AMD-63 like I'm thinking, then they could be a serious threat. Those things handle better than the AK-47s, especially at close range. And don't forget, the Ocelots are elites. They're gonna be better shots than normal Spetsnaz, and you're that much more likely to get seriously hurt. Keep your eyes open. Heads up, Snake. Looks like some of those guys are equipped with M63s. The M63 is an American-made light machine gun. It's got more firepower than you might think. It can punch through a wall, too, so watch out. You said some of them are using shotguns? Those shotguns are M37s. They're an American model designed for field combat. Not all that dangerous from a distance, but at close range, they'll tear you to shreds. Be careful. Looks like some of them are using Scorpions. The Scorpion is a Czechoslovakian submachine gun. They don't have the stopping power of a rifle, but they're easier to handle and lethal at a medium range. If you eat more than a couple of rounds, it's not gonna be pretty. Don't fool around. Snake, watch out for those grenades they're tossing. You'll be injured pretty bad if you get caught in the blast. You could get burned, too. If somebody throws a grenade at you, get away from it and hit the deck.
I can't remember if paramedic has any unique calls. Let's see.
When you have a serious injury...
Yeah, just standard stuff about injuries. Okay, I'll try and do a quick method here, but I'll probably fuck it up. Let me switch out. Want my Mark 22. Bring in the AK. Smoke grenade. Oof, nice.
What's wrong?
Now these guys are gonna rush through.
What?
Look up. So I avoid the stun. Take out the rest of them that are still standing. Oof. Now. If I'm not fast enough here, I'll probably get spotted. Take him out. Oof. Now just this guy. Wait for him to get into position. There we go. Now get on my toes. Boom. Nice. Now, one of these guys has a suppressor. This guy? Ooh, nice. One, two, three. 4. 5, 6.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn!
This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Okay, let me see. Do I have everything I need here? The sound of that always cracks me up like a fucking Metal Gear. I think we have everything. Yeah, we just follow Eva through the gate here. She opens the way for us.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low.
Ah.
Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim around. Press the crawl button when you're swimming on the surface to...
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
To fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that.
Hey, Kawoki! With the 10-pack, thank you very much. Cheers. Much appreciated. Also, Metaru with the 7, thank you. Robotage with the 2 as well, thank you. Cheers, guys.
You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. That 45 you've got there is a lot different from the original, though. Looks like someone did some serious work on it.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision. The front strap part of the frame has been checkered to make it dig into the hand. That prevents any slipping. The sight system's original too. It's a 3-dot type. It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip. And it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question, this thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
18 images. I don't think any other call comes close to that. Not even the briefing for Operation Snake Eater has that many.
You're wearing the tiger stripe pattern camouflage, huh?
Yeah.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your 6. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close. First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. Eva was right when she said that operating in an unknown jungle at night is extremely dangerous. In my former outfit, the SAS, we'd always be sure to set up camp before sunset and wait until daybreak before setting out again. Being able to stay in that abandoned factory made things a lot easier for you. You ought to be thanking Eva. Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your 6.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden. Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the virtuous mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I don't intend to.
Snake, your number one priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget something like that?
Let's hear it then.
First I head north.
Hmm?
Then I'll come to a crevice.
And then?
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Snake?
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right?
Snake is absolutely correct here, though. You don't need to give a fuck about all this info. You don't need to memorize all this stuff. You just go straight ahead. Like he says, you just keep going north. It's, you know, you're not going to get lost in this game, really. It's more open than previous Metal Gears, but, you know, it's not like you have a million branching paths. Anything else, Zero?
Snake, I heard you got a scientist disguise from Eva.
Yeah.
Go to uniform on the camouflage screen and choose scientist to disguise yourself as a scientist.
Scientist, huh?
But it won't do you any good to go around the jungle wearing a scientist disguise.
No one would be that stupid.
You're right. No one would think of going around the jungle in a scientist disguise. If they did, they'd have to be a fool. No, more than a fool. A complete dumbass. Don't you think so, Snake?
Yeah.
I love that one. Zero knows. He's been down this road before. You really get the sense there that Zero knows all about this guy. And what he's thinking. What he's capable of. Yeah, we have to put it on now, don't we? If you press triangle, you get this little animation.
Snake?
What's wrong, Major?
I should be asking you the same question. Why are you wearing that outfit?
I wanted to try it on.
Did you listen to a word that I said? What are you thinking, dressing like a scientist in the middle of the jungle? Look at your camo index. You're a walking bullseye. Get back into your camouflage now.
Lighten up.
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh. Okay, we'll switch back. The scientist outfit isn't so great. You can't equip weapons. There are special weapons that you can equip with the scientist outfit. Spy weapons. Like cigar gas spray. Okay, let's go back to Tiger Stripe. Might be a bit too late now. Is this guy gonna open his mouth? Yeah, I'll show that later. Ooh, take it easy. Oh shit! He's on to me. I think I'm okay. So those sounds you heard there, those are leeches. Cool thing about the leeches is that you can actually see them attached to your character model. I'm trying to find it. Hey, there's one. See? It's actually sticking out of my thing there. I guess that's where my knife is. Oh wait, no, that looks like where he's storing his radio, actually. Yeah, then if you go into the cure menu, you can see them more clearly. But yeah, you can see them in-game too. We burn them off with a cigar. Sometimes you can get a little video here where you actually get to watch Snake burn the leech off. But it's random whether it triggers or not. And it's kind of fucked on the HD collection as well. The quality is terrible. Yeah, I think it'd be cool in Delta if we got to see Snake actually eat more of the things that you catch. I also thought it might be cool if you had to eat in-game instead of in the menu. And then they could tie eating into the gameplay more. You know, where you would actually have to worry about being caught while eating food. You know, and then maybe if an enemy caught you while eating, you'd be punished for it and you wouldn't be able to eat the food. And you would lose the food as a result. Or stuff like that could be really cool. And then being able to actually see Snake eat all the different shit that he finds would be cool. Because as it stands in the original game, you only get to see him eat a snake once, the first time you eat a snake, and then never again. Other than the cutscene later with Eva. But, you know, stuff that you actually catch. And then fish, the first time you eat a fish. It'd be really cool to get to see him eat stuff like spiders and all the other crazy things that you can catch. You know, like, just imagine a scene with him looking at a spider crawl around in his hand, and then he just, after a few seconds, he stuffs it in his mouth. Like Nicolas Cage in Vampire's Kiss. Eating a Bloco Maloco, ripping the head off a bird, pulling an Ozzy Osbourne with all the birds and stuff in the game. Yeah, it might start to get a little bit gruesome. So maybe they could tone it down. Maybe we don't have to see Snake eat live birds. But yeah, it'd be cool if they added some stuff like that, or like tied the food into the gameplay more. Oh shit, yeah, now you're making me think of other stuff they could do. You know how Snake can throw up in this game? How you can vomit? What if you had different vomit based on the food that you ate? You know, you eat the end's parrot, and then you get some vomit that actually looks like the parrot. You know, that particular shade of green. And oh man, and then if you vomit on top of the end, you could actually, because as it stands in the game, if you vomit on someone, it doesn't really work properly. You know, it just goes straight through them. There's no collision. But they could actually add collision, you know, and you could actually see the vomit smeared all over the end. Oh man, that would be amazing. No way they're gonna put in that level of detail though. Not a chance. They're not gonna think of us sick players vomiting on NPCs. Thankfully, dog isn't on the dev team. That's not what you're thinking. You wish I was on the dev team offering up these ideas. Come on, everyone wants to see this. Nah, they don't need to do anything crazy with the puking mechanics, I don't think. That's fine the way it is. That's perfect the way it is. They don't need to go any further with that. It would be cool, though, if you had some collision with the puke. That would be pretty great. Hey, what's up, Storm? Imagine if puke dealt damage. Hopefully it's easier to catch a cold in the remake. I wouldn't mind them changing that. I think as it stands in the original, this is actually the place where you would get a cold. I think this is the best area for catching a cold. And to do it, you need to be naked, I think. You need to take off your camo and you just need to swim around for like 20 minutes. And then eventually you'll get a cold. But there aren't even any like unique calls for getting a cold in this, I don't think. So it's not really worth it. You need a half stamina bar as well, right? Half stamina bar, naked, and swim around in the water for 20 minutes. You saw gavials and parakeets IRL today? Really, Storm? Were you at the zoo?
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traitors have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth, then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying, too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you should have said that, Snake. She's going to be able to tell you anything now. I missed like the last minute of chat, I think. My internet disconnected here for some reason on my laptop. Hold on a second. The rain ambience here is nice, yeah. Let's go get the croc cap, shall we? I can see Storm's comment about nibbling shit, yeah. Sipster with the 10 months, thank you. Oh, I didn't eat something. Snake, eat this python. Ah.
What can I say?
Here, we drop down. Thankfully, our stamina refills there, or it gets reset. The depletion. Oh no, Storm. Now this is where we get the cap. The legendary croc cap. Love this little detail. When we crouch, the mouth has to close.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your six. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close.
This is a James Bond reference as well, by the way, this croc cap. It's a reference to Goldfinger. In Goldfinger, in one scene, Bond wears like a seagull cap or something, I think it is. It's not a croc cap. But yeah, some kind of water bird. He uses it so he can like stealth into some place. Swims below the surface with the bird up top, which is how you use the croc cap in this as well, to fool the enemy. They'll just think you're a croc cap if it's just your head sticking up above the water. I think it was like some kind of duck cap or some kind of seagull or something in Goldfinger.
Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Huh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The Alligator People. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water.
I love Zero's tone at the end there. Reluctantly, he acknowledges that it might actually be useful. Tells you exactly how to use it mechanically. Sigurd.
The weapon you've got equipped now is a prototype model of the Mark 22, a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy. It's been modified to act as a tranquilizer gun. The Mark 22 is a heavily modified special ops version of the M39 pistol used as a sidearm by the SEALs. Probably the biggest change from the M39 is that it's got a longer barrel, which allows it to be equipped with a suppressor. And it uses a slide lock mechanism. That makes it a lot quieter, but it also means you have to load a new round into the chamber by hand every time you fire. It's also fitted with tall, adjustable sights, so you can use the front and rear sights to line up your shot, even with a suppressor attached.
Looks like they got rid of the magazine safety, too.
Good eye. That feature wasn't too popular with guys like you who know their guns. The shear release lever's been taken off as well, meaning the hammer won't fall even with the safety on.
So I can just cock and lock.
That, and you get the added bonus of not having any mechanical noise from decocking, even with the safety on. The perfect pistol for a sneaking mission, huh? A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
We can also get a call with Eva, but we have to do a few other calls with her first before we get to unlock that. Eva is kind of unique in the role that she has as a member of your support team. She will always give you info on the area that you are currently in. She'll give you translations, oftentimes dodgy translations, I think, you know, of the Russian names, the areas. But she'll often give you history on the place as well, give you some background info and what the place was used for.
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself.
A Spetsnaz, oh. Wait, I think I heard another leech there, yeah. I'll see if I can get the leech cutscene, even though it's completely fucked on this version. Chaff. Maybe I already have the Gakko outfit. I do. Yeah, if you don't have the Gakko outfit, this is where you find it. The Gakko outfit is pretty unique. We equip it here. Gakko pattern camo uniform. Wearing it enables you to hear Keratan's calling. So if you ever wanted to do a legit Keratan run without a guide on the internet, this thing would help you, this camo. When you have this equipped, what? Oh! What the hell? Is it because I've already done a Keratan run on this file? Or is this a bug? Here's the Keratan. When you put on the Gakko outfit, you should be able to hear the Keratan. And the closer you get, the louder it becomes. Weird. Yeah, maybe it's because I've already completed a playthrough. Maybe it doesn't work if you've already done one. Maybe it was just a bug. Let's see what it's like now. No, it's still fucked. Well, let me leave the area and come back. Yeah, normally you don't have to leave the area like this. No. Huh, weird. Okay. No, if I completed a Keratan run, I would have stealth camo. So I think it just bugged out for some reason. That is weird. I've never seen this happen. Let's see if we can still get the call, at least.
Snake, what is that stuff you're wearing?
I don't know. It's called Gakko camo, whatever that means.
What?
Paramedic?
You've never heard of Gakko?
Nope.
Never.
You must live in a cave or something.
Well, excuse me. By the way, Snake, that outfit is really killing your camo index. Unless you want the enemy to see you, I suggest you change your clothes as...
Why?
Why? Because his camo index is...
Camo index, shmamo index.
Hold on now.
He's wearing the Gakko suit.
Why?
Because it looks cute.
Snake, talk some sense into her.
What's wrong with being cute?
Am I the only normal person around here?
Yeah, maybe it's because I shot this one on another playthrough or something, but I didn't get all of them. Let's see if it works in the next area. Now we're going to go back to Razbet. We're going to do some backtracking. Because now that we have Eva on our team, she'll be able to tell us about all the areas that we came from. Calls that are very easy to miss, because chances are you're not going to think to go back to the previous areas.
That area is known as Rasviet. It means dawn in Russian. The area got that name when the factory was first constructed. But the factory ended up being closed down, and Selino Yarsk was reborn as a secret research center and military fortress. The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north of your current location. Keep heading north.
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the Colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too.
Yeah, Pan, I mean, I don't even know if that's possible. Can you do a Keratan playthrough across multiple different playthroughs? Where it takes your previous playthrough into account and the Keratans that you shot in a previous run. Let's see here if I unequip. Wow. Wow, I think it does. I bet that was probably from one of my last marathon playthroughs as well, when I was showing that Keratan. But yeah, see, now it'll sound like it's further away. Cool. So I guess now it won't do anything. Yeah. That's cool. Let's get this leech. Finally, we got the video. Yeah, it just gets more and more pixelated here as it progresses. Can barely see it at the end. I'll keep the Python. Yeah, it's completely fucked.
Speak. Shake the rope bridge. Speak. Let go of me. Speak. Shake the rope bridge.
This guy over here is kind of weird. He just stands in this one spot. With this weird neck. Ugh. Before, I always thought that your stomach growling like that would give you away to the enemy. I thought I remembered that being a thing. Kind of disappointing that that doesn't give you away. Maybe that's another HD collection problem and it's a thing on PS2. Oh, nice, got him. That was perfect. Only had to shoot one rope. I wasn't sure that was even possible. I thought maybe you always had to shoot more than one. Oh, you bitch. Go on. He's getting there, slowly. Or maybe he's not. Is he stuck? No, he's sliding, slowly, slowly. Oh, there we go. Nice. My hands are shaking with my low stamina. There we go. Oh, they're swarming around him. Oh my god, are they gonna kill him? Damn, I don't remember that being a thing. That'd be crazy if they were able to kill him, but I guess they can't. They just go up to him. In the same way that they, you know, they're attracted to enemies when they're awake.
That area is called Dolino Vodno. The name means Forest of the Canyon. It probably got that name from the chasm that divides the jungle in two. The rope bridge at the center was hastily constructed to enable them to patrol Dramuchi. Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now.
I'm back here just to get these calls with you, Eva. That's the only reason I'm here. It's the only reason I have to come back.
That forest is known as Dramuchi. It means the untouched forest in Russian. The name says it all. Dramuchi is a pristine jungle at the far edge of Selino-Yarsk, untouched by human hands. The forest is so dense that large units can't penetrate it, making it a natural defense. That's why Sokolov's research facility and Groznygrad were built here. But more to the point, what are you doing all the way out there? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Get back to the north.
I'd imagine that's why they included that part of the call. Kind of toying around with the fact that this is the only reason you have to come back. To get these calls. Another unique thing about Eva as well is that you can only get two unique calls with her every time you open the radio. With all the other characters, you can call them repeatedly. And they'll just have an endless amount of different things. But with Eva, she'll only stay for two calls. And I think that's to tie in with the fact that she is undercover and she's doing all of these other things with Volgin on Groznygrad, playing all these multiple roles. The rest of the team is here to support me, specifically. But Eva isn't like that. So, yeah, she functions a little bit differently to the others on the radio screen. She can't hang around to do an infinite number of calls. But yeah, you can still just cheese the system by closing the radio and then opening it, and then she'll have two new calls. Still a cool little touch, though.
Tell me something, Snake. Why did you let Ocelot get away?
I thought I told you already.
Because he's still a kid?
Yeah,
Pretty lame excuse if you ask me.
you think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you're right.
Well, it is supposed to tie in with the Virgin Cliffs, I think, there, right? The untouched forest. All the previous areas are just other parts of Dramuchi, by the way, so you don't have to go back to the very first area. But yeah, we're told there that it means the untouched forest. At the very beginning of the game, in the briefing, we're told that we'll be dropping onto the Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission. Based Cat with the 27. Thank you.
Speak.
While falling, press the action button above branches.
Speak.
Under the rope bridge, flatten yourself against the cliff wall and proceed.
Speak.
Let me go!
We still have some more silly calls to do. Let's do the zombie call.
Snake, your face paint, it's...
I know. It's called zombie.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
Are you serious?
Hello, paramedic.
You mean you've never heard of zombies?
Nope.
Never.
You guys don't know anything. A zombie is a dead body that's been cursed and brought back to life by a master of black magic. Supposedly, they revive the dead and use them as slaves. It's also seen as a kind of punishment. People who commit terrible crimes can be forced to labor even after they're dead.
Interesting. How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it in movies. Like White Zombie. Never seen it?
Nope.
Can't say I have.
How about Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
Missed it.
You can't just focus on the things you like all the time. You have to expand your horizons, try new things. You guys need to get out more.
Yeah, well, anyway, that face paint doesn't look all that useful. Go ahead and wear it if you want, but I think you should change to...
You don't need to change anything.
Why not?
It makes him look awesome. Doesn't it?
Look, arguing about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Snake, you do whatever you want.
It does make you look cool.
Hey, what's up, Freet? Let's do the mask. Another one of my favorites.
Ah, you're wearing the mask. I made it myself. Pretty good work, don't you think? A while back, they were planning to disguise someone as this one GRU officer and send him in to steal some secret documents. I created the mask for that operation. But then the mission ended up being canceled. And then the major came and told me to throw it out. Can you believe that guy?
But you didn't throw it out.
Are you kidding? Tossing a superior quality product like that into the garbage without using it will be an insult to science. So I decided to sneak it into your gear.
Okay, but is it really that big of a deal?
Of course it is.
What's so great about it?
Everything. But if I had to pick one reason, I'd have to say it's because it's the first mask ever that can blink its eyes.
What about the lips?
What's that?
Can it open its mouth?
That's a good one, Snake. You crazy, man.
I'm serious.
Are you even listening to me, Snake? Where's your common sense? Damn.
Sorry.
His laugh is so good there. Another really good one with Sigint. If we get naked.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform. But without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest!
Oh, of course, the box as well. We haven't done the box, have we? The box in MGS3 is incredibly OP. Lots of little subtleties about it as well, like the stalking speed. Look at your speed when you stalk outside the box. Inside the box, it's like twice as fast. Kind of cool that you can also stalk in the box to begin with. You can do the regular analog movement, but also the stalking D-pad. And yet for some reason, it's faster. Another thing that makes the box faster is uphill movement. Normally, when you're outside the box, see, you get that slower animation when he's climbing up a hill. In a box, nope, just straight up. The exact same as your normal running speed. This means that the box is a very useful speedrunning tool in MGS3. Just because of this alone. I wonder if the box will be as powerful in Delta. Another crazy thing about the box, if an enemy sees you move in the box, it doesn't mean a guaranteed alert. If an enemy sees you in the box, as long as you get away from them the second after they see you, it won't trigger an alert. Instead, they will just be confused by the fact that they've seen a box. And they'll say, was that a box? And they'll go and check. But you really need to know what you're doing to take advantage of that. And you can only use it in very specific moments. It's also really good for dealing with fire during the Fury's boss fight. You can avoid his flames much more easily when you're in the box. It'll quench flames as well if you're on fire. Put on the box and it'll quench the flames. But yeah, it really is a super tool in this game.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here. In the box.
Destiny?
Yeah. And then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building. I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtuous mission. But this time you're up against Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz is the Special Forces unit of GRU, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. Spetsnaz troops undergo rigorous training in all types of special ops, from assassination and demolition to intelligence gathering. That and Volgan's loaded, man. His unit is one of the best equipped in the entire Soviet Union, if not the best. I heard the enemies you encountered in the Virtuous mission were only carrying weapons like AKs and grenades. Well, it ain't that simple anymore. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not gonna miss you as often as with an AK. The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you, and you're likely to be seriously wounded. Watch for that, man.
Let me think here. Oh yeah, we still need to do the Eva croc cap call. We can't wear the cap and the mask at the same time. Let's get rid of that.
The crevice that leads... Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgan was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgan was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgan even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with. Snake?
Eva, what do you think?
What a dork. You must be kidding me. Are you willing to risk your life for that joke?
All right, finally I get a normal response.
What?
Everyone was giving me strange responses and acting like nothing was odd about it. I was starting to wonder myself, but now I feel better.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you look adorable in it. I'm sorry. I gotta go. This is too much.
Yeah, to get that call with Eva, you need to do the other ones first. So it's easy to miss it. You might call Eva first, trying to get the croc cap call. And you have to do all these other story-related calls with her first, which are very easy to miss too. Okay, I think we're finally ready to progress here. There are so many optional calls to do after the Ocelot unit, or just around this area in general. Once you get Eva as a support team member. Let's see. Now that we've shown the leech stuff, we can start using this bug juice. Bug repellent. Keeps away hornets and leeches. So yeah, we just use this. Then we don't have to worry about them. Did I do the one with Zero about... Oh my god. About abandoning the mission? Yes, that's on the Virtuous mission. We're well past that now. Didn't get much from that. Another cool thing in this game, the more you eat of a specific type of food, the more Snake gets a taste for it. So if there's something that doesn't taste so good in this game, if you keep eating it, eventually it'll actually give back more stamina. Snake will eventually get a taste for all the things that taste like shit. And it has an effect on your stamina the more you eat.
Can't complain.
Oh, hey, hold on. These Gavials have a pretty unique way of killing you. I just want to show it. Damn, it is shallow here. I think all I have to do is disturb this guy. There we go. There we go. Jesus Christ! Man, it still can be surprising, even when you know it's coming.
Snake, what happened to you? Snake! Snake!
Sometimes he'll circle you for longer before he goes in for the kill. Bad humans, no. I mean, I wasn't sure if I was going to show it. I was just thinking about it. But yeah, we might put that up later. I don't think I showed the grenade method either, did I? Probably gonna get killed trying this. Come here, come here, come here. There we go. He opened his mouth. Quick, quick, quick. When they open their mouth like that, you can toss a grenade in. Did I ever try to feed them rotten food? You know, I'm not sure if I ever did. How do they do they even eat normal food? What if I try and throw a gavial? Hey! Yeah, well, I guess it's not too bad. I remember now actually seeing them eat something that I just left in here before. You know, like I shot a fish or something, and then I heard one of the gavials eat it. Oh man, I'm getting hungry myself.
I want some more.
And what I need is a 49p Sainsbury's pizza. Yeah, are they good, those 49p pizzas, Henry? That's what you were linking the other day, was it? It's hard to imagine it being so great. Let's take him out. Snake, climb. Oof. It's kind of cool. There's a hole in the fence there that you have to roll through. Fuck it, just take him out. Actually, no, go for the guys at the back first. Get him before he turns. No! Nice. Got him in the chin there. Go for the quick swipe on these two. Oh my god. HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here.
What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
I want to go back. I want to get the calls about the dogs.
Snake, it looks like they've got attack dogs in that area. Attack dogs generally receive extensive military training in tracking and combat techniques. They're formidable close-range fighters and difficult to elude. Their barking can alert enemy patrols to your presence as well. Take care not to let attack dogs catch sight of you. Attack dogs may be dangerous, but they can't climb trees. If you've been cornered by attack dogs, try climbing a tree. Smoke grenades should prove useful as well.
Bad Humans, are you still in the chat? What I think I might do is order some food, and then when my food arrives, that might be a good time to stick on this MGS3 presentation thing. While I eat, while I'm taking my food break.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way.
They sicked attack dogs on you? People have been using dogs in wars since before recorded history. The Greek and Roman armies used to send out packs of dogs with spiked collars to charge at enemy ranks. Attack dogs were regularly employed in the First and Second World Wars as well. Traditionally, dogs have been used to keep watch, send messages, and assist in search operations. Then the Soviets came up with a new idea, using them to carry bombs.
Bomb dogs?
Yeah, they were trained to dive beneath tanks carrying a payload of bombs. Apparently it worked pretty well, but the Russians messed up, man. They used their own tanks for the training. Turns out the dogs kept going after Russian tanks and blowing them up. So the plan was scrapped before it got off the ground.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you need to worry about those dogs exploding on you. They don't seem to be the bomb-carrying type. But they are highly trained in tracking and detection. Don't underestimate them. They're excellent trackers and ferocious fighters. Attack dogs move fast and are deadly in proximity encounters. They'll pick up your scent and use it to track you, so it'll be hard to shake them off. In a way, they're more dangerous than any human opponent. Be prepared. The Soviet-made smoke grenades you might find around there also seem to act as a mild tear gas. It might not have that much of an effect on human targets wearing balaclavas, but it ought to wreak havoc to a dog's nose. If you're being chased by attack dogs, give them a taste of a smoke grenade. So,
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north. Snake, the enemy's attack dogs are very highly trained, so be careful.
You can tell if a dog's been highly trained or not?
I can tell.
Oh,
I used to have a dog.
you had a dog.
Yeah. What's so funny about it?
Nothing. It's just hard to picture you with a puppy.
Who asked you? He was really cute, but I had a hard time housebreaking him. When he finally did learn, I was so happy. I still dream about it sometimes.
Yeah, we actually get to listen in on her dreams at the end of the game as well. She also dreams about Snake and the boss. Do I have the chocolate chip camo? I do, yeah. This is where you normally find the chocolate chip camo if you don't have it, this area.
Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it up right now. The chocolate chip pattern is probably designed to provide cover in a desert environment. It should work best against a sandy or rocky background.
Makes sense, but why'd you call it chocolate chip?
Because that's what it reminds me of.
What?
Those little round cookies that Major's always snacking on?
They're not cookies, they're scones.
Major!
And it's not a snack, it's afternoon tea.
Snack? Tea? Same thing?
No, it's not. Look here, afternoon tea is a fine old English tradition.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Talk to you later, Snake.
The origins of afternoon tea go back to the Victorian era. Anna Maria, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, was...
Cuts him off.
You want to save?
We haven't been doing too many save calls. Man, I keep losing my chat today. Hold on, sorry guys.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago?
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah.
The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north of your current location. Keep heading north.
Speak.
If the provision storehouse is destroyed...
Speak.
The machine gun with the action button...
Speak.
Bastard.
Speak.
If the provision storehouse is destroyed...
Oh, you bitch. Oh, man. Okay, we're just going crazy then.
This is HQ.
Ba-da-ba-bum. Oh, lucky. Oh, he's limping.
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We've lost sight of the intruder.
Wow.
Going into high alert.
Acknowledged. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
Battle.
Major,
What is it?
that attack chopper is parked on the heliport.
The one from before?
Yeah, the one that took away the Shagohod during the Virtuous mission.
Perhaps it's an armed variation of the Mi-8 hip.
No, some of it looks the same, but the overall shape is different. It's got stub wings and the cockpit canopy looks like an angular greenhouse.
No kidding. Then it must be some kind of new model. I've heard stories recently that the Soviets are developing a flying infantry combat vehicle. That's gotta be it.
A flying infantry combat vehicle?
Yeah, a transport chopper with troop-carrying capabilities. Think of it as an attack transport chopper version of France's AMX VCI or the Soviet BMP. They must be doing field tests on the initial prototype.
A next-generation chopper that's a little smaller than the hip. Maybe we should call it a Hind.
Not bad. It's cool with me.
Then it's settled. We'll refer to that new type helicopter as a Hind from now on. The Hind you see parked at the heliport must not be ready to fly. You don't need to worry about it taking off. If you're going to destroy it, now might be your chance.
The birth of the Hind here. Battle. Just want to clear this whole place out. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. Snake, please. So a unique thing about the Hind here, if we destroy this, we will instead have to deal with flying platforms later on during the mountain section. If we leave it here untouched, we'll have to deal with it later during that same section. But if we destroy it, we have flying platforms to deal with instead. And yeah, that actually makes our lives a little bit more challenging if we destroy it here. The flying platforms are more challenging to deal with. But let's do it anyway. Yeah, it makes the section more fun, I think. The flying platforms make it more of a challenge. And there's some cool, unique things you can see with them in that section as well. I think that's the only area in the game where you can see them wake other enemies up. And they have a really unique interaction with the other patrols.
Good, you've reached the relay station, but stay alert. That station is an enemy strongpoint. The security is bound to be tight.
But there's no other way to get to the crevice if I don't make it through.
Exactly. The crevice leading to the cave is in the north of that area. Find a way to slip past the enemy and head north.
The crevice leading to the cave is to the north of that base. Keep heading north.
Eva, about the 45 and the Mark 22 you showed me.
Yeah,
You said you got them from a vault full of Western weapons, right?
that I did.
How? A vault full of secret Western technology should be under strict surveillance.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm not telling anyway.
Why not?
It'd be a waste of time.
A waste of time.
Even if I explained how I did it, you'd never be able to do it yourself.
What does that mean?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Here we have the little food storage shed here. I think Zero or Sigint should talk about it.
Snake, that building next to you is a provisions storehouse.
A provision storehouse is where the enemy keeps their food. Enemy units in that area use it to stock up on rations. So if you happen to blow up a provision storehouse, the enemies in that area won't be able to get any more rations. Spetsnaz are people too. They gotta eat, or their stamina starts to go down. They might pass out more easily or lose their concentration and start to shoot less accurately. Who knows? They'll probably be a little more desperate for food just lying around. Basically, if you get rid of a provision storehouse, the enemies in that area will get physically weaker.
By destroying a provisions warehouse, you can cut off the food supply to enemies in the surrounding area. It may be worthwhile if you have time and materials to spare.
Am I getting all the rare snakes? There aren't really any rare snakes apart from the Tsuchinoko. I guess there are some snakes that are a bit more uncommon, but the Tsuchinoko is the only truly rare snake in the game. Then there are just other snakes that are like specific to a certain region, but yeah. So yeah, we can destroy the provisions here. Although, let me go get some TNT first.
Snake, that building next to you is an enemy armory.
As you might have guessed, those armories you sometimes run into are where they keep their ammo and other stuff. If you take out an armory, the enemy units in the area will have their ammo supply cut off. And if they know they're on their last leg, they'll use ammo a little more sparingly in a gunfight. Bottom line, if you blow up an armory, the enemy's firepower decreases.
By destroying an armory, you can cut off the enemy's supply of ammunition. That should make your job a lot easier.
So this is a cool little thing in MGS3. It's kind of useless in this area, though, because we don't come back to it. You know, if I destroy their food supply now, it's just, I won't be able to take advantage of it. You can take advantage of it in Strut F. In the warehouse, because you go through that on your way to Granin, and then you come back after you talk to Granin. So if you destroy the food supply there, you can then take advantage of the starving soldiers on the way back. And when they're starving, they'll eat anything. You can just throw poison food at them and they will kill themselves with it. Did I say strut F? You know what I mean. The warehouse. Yeah, the warehouse later on. Before Granin. Strut F is the warehouse in MGS2, by the way. In case you didn't know. Boom.
Looks like you've got some TNT. TNT is short for trinitrotoluene, a pale yellow crystalline compound made from a trinitrified mix of nitric acid and sulfuric acid. It's used throughout the world as a military explosive. It has a low sensitivity and is chemically stable, making it easy to handle. It's also got a low melting point and can easily be shaped by boiling or steaming it. But because the sensitivity is so low, you need a booster to actually get it to explode.
No problem. It came with its own remote control detonator.
Good. Then all you have to do is press the weapon button to place the TNT, and then press the CQC button to set it off. The map screen in the survival viewer will display the locations where you've planted TNT. Take warning though, the radio signal for the detonator is pretty weak. Don't forget that pressing the CQC button will only set off TNT that's planted in the same area.
Pretty cool how you just destroy the whole thing. Pick up the scraps. Oh shit, hold on, my food is about to arrive. I'm gonna run out and grab this, and while I eat, I think we'll take a look at this MGS3 Delta presentation thing that was on the other day. Give me a second. Hold on, one more minute. Okay, I'm back. So, I only saw, like, a few minutes of this presentation. So, yeah, I'm intrigued to see the whole thing. 1 second. Bad Humans, are you here? Bad Humans, this is a special request from Bad Humans too. He doesn't want to miss this. Bad Humans, are you there? You're ready? You ready to offer all sorts of interesting insight along the way? I hope we get some expert Bad Humans analysis along the way. Hold on, give me a second, I'll set this up. I think I'm going to need to turn the captions on, right? Hold on.
始まりましたメタルギアプロダクションホットライン。この番組はこれから発売されるメタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの最新情報や視聴者の皆さんからの質問にお答えするコーナーなど、ファンの皆さんとのホットラインになるべく制作者自らお届けする番組です。本日は本配信1回目となっております。 MC を務めさせていただきます桃山月香です。よろしくお願いいたします。そして改めまして番組を一緒に進めていくメンバーをご紹介いたします。まずはプロモーション担当の大石二郎さん、自己紹介よろしいでしょうか。
はい、コナミデジタルエンターテインメントで、メタルギアシリーズのプロモーション担当をしております大石二郎と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
そしてプロデューサーの岡村則明さんです。岡村さんも自己紹介お願いいたします。
はい、メタルギアシリーズのプロデューサーを担当させていただいております岡村です。よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いいたします。3月のプレイ配信では大石さん、岡村さんとお送りさせていただきましたが、さらに本日は本配信ということでもう一方ご紹介したいと思います。クリエイティブプロデューサーのこれかどゆうじさんです。自己紹介よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、コナミのこれかどです。よろしくお願いします。はい、これまで、メタルギアシリーズには多くの作品に携わってきました。メタルギアオンラインの2作目ではディレクター、メタルギアライジング、メタルギアサバイブではプロデューサーを務めました。デルタでは MGS5 と同じクリエイティブプロデューサーとして制作現場の責任者をしております。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。さて大石さん、始まりましたプロダクションホットライン本配信ですが、メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの最新情報、ついに先日解禁されましたね。
はい、そうですね。メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターではですね、昨年からですね制作告知や、技術デモ的なものはですね出してはいたのですが、今回作品のトレーラーという形での映像はまだ出してなかったんですよね。そこで先日行われましたマイクロソフトさんのイベント XBOX ゲームショーケースにてメタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーター最新のプロモーション映像を公開させていただきました。
そうだったんですね。反響はどうだったんでしょうか。
そうですね、おかげさまで大変多くのお客様ですねご好評いただくことができました。ファンの皆様のですねご期待に添えるものになっていたのかなとチーム全員、ともども喜んでおります。
なるほど、そうだったんですね。それではまだご覧になられてない方もいらっしゃると思いますので、まずは XBOX ゲームズショーケースで発表されたメタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの最新映像をご覧ください。
Is this still the old trailer?
いいか、君の任務はソ連国内の山中ゼリノヤルスクに単独潜入、ソコロフの安全を確保、西側へ奪還することだ。君の本ミッションでのコードネームはネイキッドスネークだ。以降はスネークと呼ぶ。残された時間はわずかだ。今回のミッションはスニーキングミッションだ。敵に見つかってはならない。潜入の形跡も悟られてはいけない。わかるか。それが隠密部隊フォックスの特殊任務だ。 つまり武器も装備も現地調達、食料もだ。まさに丸裸ネイキッドの状態だ。
装備も武器も現地調達とは、こんな無茶がよく通ったものだ。
現場任務は全て君一人にかかっている。
まさにワンマンアーミーか。今からバーチャスミッションを開始する。
はい、いやすごくかっこいい映像でした。最新技術でメタルギアソリッド3がどのように進化するのかということがよくわかりました。
ありがとうございます。まあね、今回のこの映像に関しましてもですね、個別のそのカットシーンとかね、そういった作り方なんかは、まあ、これからのね、ホットラインの中でいろいろとまたご説明ができればなと思っております。
はい、ありがとうございます。今からとっても楽しみです。それではメタルギアプロダクションホットライン、今回も最後までお楽しみください。それではここからはいよいよメタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの最新情報をお届けしたいと思います。早速ですが、先日メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターのオフィシャルトレーラーが公開されましたが、ぜひ作品について詳しく教えていただけますでしょうか。
はい、デルタはですね、大きく変わったところが2つあります。1つ目がビジュアルです。メタルギアソリッド3の多くのステージとなるジャングルを G5 世代の技術を使い、よりリアルに再現するところから開発はスタートしました。昨年10月に公開したファーストインエンジンルックや先日公開したオフィシャルトレーラーでビジュアルの進化について確認できると思います。ビジュアル
I wanna see the flying squirrel.
傷の表現も進化しています。衣服につく落ち葉や泥の表現、擦り切れた服、弾痕だらけの服など、ゲームプレイ状況に合わせて変化が見られるようになりました。オリジナルのゲーム要素にスネークは重傷を負い、それを治すキュアというシステムがあります。デルタではゲーム中に負った傷は治療した傷も自然治癒した傷もビジュアルとして体に残り続けます。もう一つが操作性です。デルタでは一般的な TPS タイトルのようにしゃがみ移動や銃を構えたままの移動ができるようになっています。昨今のゲームに慣れ親しんだユーザーの皆様がストレスなくデルタの世界に入れるような操作性にしました。またオリジナルのカメラアングルで遊ぶこともできます。新しい操作方法をニュースタイル、オリジナルの感覚に近い操作方法をレガシースタイルと呼んでいます。オフィシャルトレーラーを見た感想でオリジナルのカラーで遊びたいという意見をいくつかいただきました。切り替えられる画面のカラーフィルターはニュースタイル、レガシースタイル共通で数種類あります。オリジナルのカラーに近いカラーフィルターもありますので、お好みでお使いください。オフィシャルトレーラーについては、たくさんの反響いただきありがとうございました。ビジュアルについてはですね、これからもクオリティを上げていきますのでご期待ください。
ありがとうございます。ゲームデザインは変えずにビジュアルと操作性が進化しているというのがとってもよく分かりました。今後もメタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの最新情報をお届けしますのでお楽しみに。それでは次のコーナー始めてまいりたいと思います。教えてチームの人お便りのコーナー。こちらは投稿フォームから事前に募集した制作チームへの質問に答えていただくコーナーです。視聴者の皆さんの生の声に制作者の生の声で答えていただきたいと思いますが、その前に岡村さん、前回のプレイ配信で初めて皆さんからのご意見ご質問を募集したと思うんですが、反響の方いかがだったでしょうか。
はい、予想以上に、反響が大きくて、大変多くの皆様からの温かいメッセージをいただくことができました。本当にありがとうございます。 ただですね、僕たちももちろんそうなんですけど、メタルギアシリーズのファンの皆様も、いろんな思いを持って、前回のホットライン見ていただいたと思うんです。ですので温かいメッセージの他にも厳しいご意見ご要望たくさん頂戴しています。まずは、それらのご意見ご感想をまとめましたので、ご覧ください。
Here we go.
はい、こちらがアンケート結果のまとめというふうになっております。プレイ配信そのものはとても良かったで、80% 以上という形でしたので良かったのかなというふうに思ってます。またあとこれからもですね配信に関しては見たいというふうに言っていただいている方非常に多いということも分かりました。でただね配信前回は何もしなかったんですけどメタルギアソリッドデルタの新情報というのがやっぱり皆さん知りたい情報なんだなということなので、その辺を熱く、やっていければなというふうに思ってます。はい、こちらの方はですね皆様からの生の、ご意見ご感想をちょっといくつかピックアップしました。
はい、じゃあ読ま
Look at the stuff they're highlighting here. Positive, 24% of responses. Neutral, 65% of responses. And negative, 11% of responses. Metal Gear is dead and you're the ones who killed it. You can't even do a simple remaster right. Bugs that impact gameplay should have been fixed before release. You'll probably do a bad job on the next game too, so I'd rather you just give up. I really feel bad for Kojimathon here as well, you know, if he was the creative in charge of that. Especially if it was something they were just forced to put out early to satisfy shareholders. Man. The positive responses. I'm glad we get to hear from someone who was on the original team. I feel like you really do care, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Seeing Konami be ready to talk so openly with the fans is really great. It is actually cool seeing them do this and highlight the negative reactions. And in a way, inherently, this feels like they're inviting criticism and sort of really trying to make amends in a way with this remake. You know, I don't think they're going to be putting this out if it's not ready. I think this is going to get special treatment after all their recent fuck-ups. Imagine after all of this, Delta comes out and it's just, you know, like it's a master collection kind of affair. I don't think that's happening. Neutral. Bring on some of the other dev staff too, the Delta dev staff. These guys, by the way, Okamura and Kojimathon, if you're not deeply familiar with the developers on these games, these are old Kojima Productions guys that have been there since forever, for a very long time. Can we see more gameplay or first reveal stuff? Give us English subs! You should answer more questions at a time. Oh yeah, and this one at the very bottom of the positive, they actually let us type whatever we want here. Based. Okay, right, let's keep going.
ませていただきます。いただいたご意見ご感想です。ポジティブな意見が全体の 24% ありました。当時制作していたスタッフが前に出てきてくれるのが嬉しい。誠意が感じられて信じてみようと思えた。コナミがファンとコミュニケーションを取っていく姿勢は素晴らしい。コメント欄を開放したのも好印象。
Is she gonna say based in Japanese?
ニュートラルな意見が全体の 65% でありまして、MGS デルタの制作に関わる他のスタッフも出演してほしい。ゲームプレイや未公開の映像が見たい。英語字幕を追加してほしい。質問コーナーを多めにしてほしいなどがありました。ネガティブなご意見が全体の 11% ありまして、メタルギアを終わらせたのはお前たちだ。リマスターさえもできない開発チーム。ゲームプレイに響くバグを解消した状態で発売してほしかった。新作を作れるとは思えないし、作らないでほしい。
Jesus Christ. I feel bad looking at Kojimathon there, man.
ちょっと読んでいて私も辛かったんですけど。
そうですね、でも、これがファンの皆さんの、孫ことなきご意見ということなのかなというふうに思っています。現時点ではまだそれら全てにお答えすることはできない部分もあるんですけれども、まずは我々しっかりと、受け取っていますと、そういった部分っていうのはやっぱりまずお伝えしたいところなのかなというふうに思ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。いろんな思いを抱えて制作の皆さんが頑張っていらっしゃるんですね。さて、それでは続いて皆さんからの個別の質問についてもいくつか答えていただくということでよろしいでしょうか。
はい、もちろんです。
はい、それでは1つ目の質問いきたいと思います。オリジナルスタッフの方々のメタルギアシリーズの制作の復帰や共同制作監修の可能性はありますか
ね、答えの難しい、質問かなと思うんですけども、我々の会社におられない方の考え方ということを、僕の立場からですねお答えすることっていうのはできないのかなとは思います。もちろん僕個人の話として、言えばですね小島監督含めオリジナルスタッフの方々とまた一緒にご仕事をすることがあるといいなっていうのはそれは夢ではあります。でなんですけど、でももうねすでに、新しい道を、多くの方が歩んでいらっしゃるということです。でその中で、協力いただくことが前提となっているような未来とかですね依存してしまう未来ということをそれを描くということはそれは僕たちがしちゃダメなんだろうというふうには思ってはいます。我々だけでしっかりと評価いただけるように、頑張っていかなければいけないということかなというふうに、思ってます。あとそれから関連してですねこちらもよく質問される話なんですけれどもマスターコレクションはもとより、この次のですねデルタスネークイーターですねこちらの方でも小島監督やオリジナルスタッフの皆さんのお名前クレジットでしっかりちゃんと出ます、はい、これは当然ですので、はい、そこはご安心ください。
はい、なるほど。じゃあオリジナルスタッフの方々に対してもしっかり敬意を払っているということですよね。
そうですね、当たり前ですよね。
はい、続いての質問です。メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターのキャラクターボイスはオリジナルのままですか、また追加のボイスは全くないのでしょうか。
はい、日本語英語ともですねシナリオやキャラクターボイスはオリジナルのままです。もちろんキャストが変わったりもしていません。ただですね特に操作説明なんですけどメタルギアはよくキャラクターが操作説明をちゃんとしっかりと読むところがあるんですよね。でそういった部分は今のハードと合ってないことを説明してもダメなので、そういった部分に関しては新録を新たにさせていただいているということになっています。
tutorials again.
でただですね残念ながらもうすでにお亡くなりになられているとかですねいろんな事情で収録ができない方もおられます。でそういった方々についてはちゃんと適切な確認のプロセスを経た上で、過去の収録データをもとに、音声を加工して入れている部分というのも一部ございます。
なるほど。ストーリーは変えないけれどゲームを遊ぶプレイヤーの皆さんに分かりやすくしているということですよね。では次の質問です。メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの開発スタッフはどういう人が関わっていますか、また外部の会社に委託して作っているのでしょうか。
はい、こちら前回も少しお伝えしたとは思うんですけれどもオリジナルのメタルギアソリッド3スネークイーターの、制作に携わったメンバーもちろんたくさんいます。と同時にですね、外部の会社様もたくさん関わっておられます。で特にですねこれまでメタルギアシリーズに協力いただいていた海外の優秀な制作会社であるバーチャスさんにはかなり今回広範囲にわたってですね一緒に制作を進めています。で、特に今回今までの FOX エンジンではなく、アンリアルエンジン5というものを使っています。でこちらを使っているんですがバーチャスさんはこの辺りの知見もとっても豊富な会社様なので我々にとってもとても心強いパートナーだったということかなと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。技術的な部分では安心ということですよね。では最後の質問です。リメイクを作る話になった時なぜメタルギアソリッド3スネークイーターから始めたのですか。
そうですねメタルギアいっぱいたくさん
はい、
シリーズがあります。でそういった、サーガメタルギアサーガということを、俯瞰してみた時にですね、最初に触れるべきはやっぱりスネークイーターなのかなというふうに、感じたから思ったからということですかね。
はい、
メタルギアシリーズをね今までプレイされてなかった方たくさんおられると思います。3から始めるのかって言って聞いて心配されてらっしゃる方も、おられるかもしれませんけど大丈夫です。ぜひスネークイーターからメタルギアにご参加ください。
はい、ありがとうございます。皆さんからのご質問まだまだたくさんあったんですが、今回の配信ではこちらで以上とさせていただきます。たくさんの投稿ありがとうございました。視聴者の方がずっと聞きたかった質問もあったと思いますので、岡村さんの口から答えていただけてよかったと思います。お便り受けてどうでしたか
ね。改めてファンの皆さんの愛を感じたというかですね、責任がさらに重くのしかかったなっていう風な感じで身を引き締めているところでございます。
ありがとうございます。今回も番組終了後にアンケートを実施いたします。制作者への質問も引き続き募集しておりますので、ぜひご応募ください。たくさんのお便りお待ちしております。
Okay, that was it. That was way shorter than I thought it was going to be.
大石さん、今回も何か告知事項があればよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、まずはですね、レイスドレコードからの発売予定のメタルギアソリッド
Vinyl Collection、
メタルギアソリッドシリーズのですね、オリジナルサウンドトラックとオフィシャルアレンジから53曲を収録した大ボリュームの6枚組のレコードをですね、硬質ボードスピップケースにですね収めてお届けします。またですね、えりすぐりの18曲を収めたセレクション版2枚組レコードメタルギアソリッドバイナルセレクションも同時に登場予定となっております。レイスドレコード公式サイトとオフィシャルコナミショップで予約受付中です。またですね、ここでしか手に入らない色違い版も予約可能です。詳細は各公式サイトでご確認ください。そしてですね、日本の各種レコードショップでも今現在予約受付中です。詳細は公式サイトでご確認ください。続きまして今年10月以降に日本全国のですねゲームセンターにメタルギアシリーズの景品が順次登場予定です。本日は予定されているラインナップをご紹介いたします。ダイカットクッションとフロアマットはフォックスサウンドの舞台書をあしらった大きめのアイテムとなっております。クッションは40センチ超え、フロアマットはなんとですね80センチを超えたビッグサイズとなっております。ステンレスタンブラーはですね歴代のメタルギアをプリントされておりまして、裏側にはスネークたちが隠れています。最後に潜入には欠かせない段ボールのブルブルニーグルになります。後ろの紐をですね引っ張ると段ボールがブルブルと前進していきます。これらのアイテムはですね
The box jiggles and shuffles if you pull the string.
展開予定となっております。ぜひお楽しみにお待ちください。
はい、ありがとうございます。
I think the only thing I would like there is the little plushie.
これからさんありがとうございました。今後もこの番組でどこよりも早くメタルギアシリーズの最新情報をお届けしていきますので、ぜひメタルギア公式 X のフォローやコナミ公式 YouTube のチャンネル登録をよろしくお願いいたします。ご意見ご感想などいただける場合は YouTube の概要欄のリンクまたはメタルギア公式 X にてリンクをポストしておりますのでお願いいたします。たくさんの投稿お待ちしております。
Okay.
さて今回がメタルギアプロダクションホットラインの本配信第1回目となりましたがいかがだったでしょうか。次回もいろいろな情報をお伝えしていきたいと思います。
でですね、実は最後にもう一ネタ
One little thing before we go.
こちらの後ろの背景、流れているこちらはメタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターの、オープニング映像の一部でございます。前回のプレイ配信の時にですね、はい、新しい、オープニング映像ですよということでご紹介したんですがオリジナルのスネークイーターのままのもの
The reveal that we're getting the old menu screen.
一つプチネタでございました。
先ほどニュースタイルとレガシースタイルの説明をしたんですけども、ニュースタイルだと前回のジャングルのタイトル画面になります。でレガシースタイルを遊ばれている方はこちらの昔のタイトル画面になるようになっています。
That new main menu that they showed did look incredibly dull.
そうだったんですね。次回以降の新情報も楽しみです。
Just like a random shot of the camera going through the jungle.
お会いしましょう。ありがとうございました。
Like the classic screen is so good, I feel like it should be just the default. Like, are new players really gonna prefer looking at that generic jungle image rather than this? The one that they showed looked like a menu screen for a demo. You know, it didn't even look like the kind of menu you would have for a game. Actually, you know what I'm just thinking of? Bad Humans saying that Konami talking about Konami's history of copying Capcom. Capcom did the same thing for their Resident Evil remakes. On the main menu, just these kind of boring images of the streets and stuff. It actually kind of reminds me of the RE2 remake's main menu, where it's just like, yeah, just kind of a bland image of the environment. So yeah, maybe they were just taking another page out of the Capcom playbook. 1 second. We'll get back to the game. Yeah, I thought that was going to be way longer. I had pretty much seen the interesting parts of that, I think. Which I was already talking about, you know, all the different reactions that they highlighted. It was nice to see, you know, them acknowledging all of that. All the Master Collection problems, and you kind of get the sense that they, you know, they're aware of their fuck-ups, that they're trying to make amends. And yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see, right? Some of the new visual touches seem nice, you know, like seeing more damage on Snake, like cuts and bruises, and the swamp looked nice, I thought. Just the way the mud looked, seeing how completely filthy Snake can get in the game, that looked cool. Did it make me feel more comfortable with Delta? Well, I don't know if I was ever like uncomfortable with Delta. I've just haven't really cared all that much, and I guess I still don't really. Like, I'm still not that invested in it, just because it's kind of, you know, it seems like this thing that's in between a remaster and a remake. I guess just before all of this, there was no part of me that really desired to see, that really wanted to see an MGS3 remake. You know, I'm fine with the original game as it is. I would probably much rather see a new game, a game that wasn't a remake. But yeah, the fact that it's like shot for shot remake with all the same cutscenes, you know, with all the same mocap and voice acting. It's kind of hard for me to be too excited about it, yeah. Like I was saying before, I'm mainly interested in what they change gameplay-wise, and I'm hoping that it's enough of a variation on the original game to really feel different gameplay-wise. It'd be kind of boring if it just felt like the same game. So yeah, I'm hoping that gameplay-wise it'll be interesting. But yeah, maybe I'll really enjoy all the new visuals and things. Maybe it'll feel like a worthwhile remake. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just need to play the game. It's hard to really have much of an opinion. I need to see it. Need to see the final release and play it. But yeah, just seeing like high def Snake Eater, that's not enough to excite me, really. You know, super high detail Unreal 5. Like, that alone doesn't really do much for me. Yeah, I really struggle, like, when people ask about Delta and what my thoughts are and if I'm excited, I really struggle to like say anything about it just because I'm not all that invested. You know, yeah. But yeah, man, I hope it turns out well, you know, and I hope it satisfies people. Yeah, and I mean, if it turns out well, then maybe it'll lead to something that I would have more interest in. You know, a different kind of project, something that isn't a remake. But I would imagine if it does well, it might lead to a whole series of remakes following in Capcom's footsteps. But yeah, maybe they'll do what Capcom have been doing and release remakes along with other projects. Other new games. But yeah, I don't even know where I would like to see the series go at this point. But something new anyway, that's what I would like to see. Feel like some kind of reboot might be interesting. Just leave the current saga as it is, the current timeline. And maybe, yeah, start up some other new timeline. Yeah, there are, like, other things they could do, as, you know, has been mentioned so many times. Remaking the MSX games. Going back and making a game about the boss in World War II. I think in partnership with Platinum, Rising 2 is the best idea. I'm surprised Rising 2 hasn't happened. But yeah, maybe they just couldn't cut the right deal with Platinum. It just kind of seemed like a no-brainer. You know, it's a popular game. It's still a really popular game. You could see Platinum taking it and creating another evolution of the formula. But yeah, I guess a lot of that probably has to do with Konami getting out of the business for a good while. You know, they released Rising, and then you had the whole MGS5 ordeal and Survive. And after 5, they got out of the... They got, you know, they stopped with Metal Gear, and they stopped with a lot of their games production, right? Well, they focused on Patchy Slot. And I think what I've seen a few people say is that a big part of their reason for getting back into games is the hit they took with COVID. That, like, COVID really put a dent on their Patchy Slot business. And that kind of encouraged them to get back into bigger budget game development. Because remember, towards the end of MGS5's development, management changed and they started putting out these statements that they're getting out of AAA games for good, or well, maybe not for good, but they're getting out of AAA games. They're going to focus on gambling, Patchy Slot, games as a service, mobile, all that stuff. You know, they were changing their whole philosophy around that time. And I always thought that was probably why Kojima left or why Kojima was fired. You know, that it had to do with their new philosophy. His way of gaming, his way of game development just wasn't what they were planning for the next several years. You know, he wants to make these huge, big budget games. You know, I didn't think it was a coincidence that they came out with that statement around that exact time when Kojima was fired. That they're moving away from AAA, focusing on mobile, focusing on patchy slot. Bad Humans, I think you were saying that as well, right? That's what you thought? That it was the hit they took during COVID that encouraged them to get back into these bigger budget games? They also got extremely lucky with their mobile games. Oh yeah, you think? Yeah, I remember hearing about a couple of mobile games in particular that did really well for them. And maybe that gave them like a false sense of confidence in that arena. But yeah, I think like when MGS5 was coming out, I think that was like the last series they even had that they were really pouring money into. Like big money. They had other like games that sold well, like Pro Evolution and maybe Yu-Gi-Oh or some shit that I'm not aware of. But yeah, like when it comes down to these games that cost millions and millions and take 5 years to develop, I think Metal Gear was like the only series that was doing that for them, right? Their other well-selling games, they were all games that they would only spend a year developing, you know, stuff like Pro Evolution. You know, the yearly release stuff. What am I looking forward to more? MGS3 or Silent Hill 2? Jesus. How do I choose? I'm not really... I don't really care that much about either of them. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of... I'm intrigued to see both of them. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure when the day comes and I'm ready to play them, I'll definitely have some excitement to see what they're like. But, yeah, I'm not, like, building myself up or hyping myself up for either of them. In some ways, I'm more intrigued to see Silent Hill 2 because that's really going to be built from the ground up, where everything is different. You know, core gameplay, level design, the script, the voice acting. You know, it's going to be really, you know, a whole new game. Delta is much more of a remaster on steroids, where where all the cutscenes have been done, and it's just a shot-for-shot recreation with fancy new models and lighting and textures. Not to underplay the work that they've obviously had to do on the cutscenes and everything. Like, I'm sure they still had to do a load of work on them. But yeah, you know, the scenes look shot for shot the same as the original. With all of the same mocap, and we know all the voice acting is going to be the same, so... I guess, yeah, maybe I'm a bit more intrigued to see Silent Hill 2. Although, I think... Yeah, I don't know. Silent Hill 2 was just fan art. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. I kind of get that same vibe. But yeah, it's hard to get too excited about the SH2 remake when I have just no interest in Bloober's games, and I've been very underwhelmed by everything they've made. Like, Yeah. I always thought it just seemed like a reckless thing to give one of the most revered horror games of all time to a very questionable developer. You know, it's not like everyone was going crazy about Bloober's games. Just seems a bit weird. A bit reckless. But yeah, some of the original, you know, Masahiro Ito is working on it. Akira Yamaoka is working on it. Akira Yamaoka is redoing all of the sound design as well, from what I understand. So that alone is that alone might make it worthwhile. I'm very excited to hear all of these new sounds that Yamaoka has done. And there were some moments in that trailer that did look good, I thought. Like moments where it really looked intense. And hearing some of that hospital music. But yeah, I'm not going to allow myself to get excited for a Bloober game. We'll see what it's like. Wonder if Owaku is doing anything with the remake? I highly doubt it. Anyway, we keep going. We're going to get bloobed out of our minds in October. Oh, I still need to do the calorie mate calls.
I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
I've heard some nasty stories about how they taste.
It looks like the rumors are true.
Great.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never go bad. And they're surprisingly good for you, too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little rotten.
You are hopeless.
I wonder if it'll feel weird seeing these new MGS3 models. Like these new highly detailed models, but with the same old audio that we've been hearing a million times in this game. It's just kind of weird, this type of remake, I think, where you're kind of like taking a lot of big things from the original and then kind of stitching it onto something new. But yeah, maybe it'll work. You know, hearing the same voices coming out of these new faces. It might be weirder for those of us that are like really, really familiar with the original game. Although it might be one of those things that's weird at first, like for the first few minutes of the game. Then maybe you'd get used to it after a while. Seeing these new faces with the old voices might be a bit jarring at first, but then maybe you would just grow into it as you got used to seeing these faces with these voices. I don't know.
By the way, Snake.
What?
You know the Ocelot unit commander?
Ocelot?
Yeah, that's not his real name, is it?
I wouldn't think so.
Is it a code name?
You mean like Snake?
Yeah.
Maybe. Why? Is that strange?
No, I was just wondering why he's called Ocelot.
Why's that?
Well, I looked it up, and it turns out the ocelot is a wild cat whose habitat stretches from the southern U.S. down to northern Argentina. They live in a variety of different environments, from tropical rainforests to savannas. The biggest ones can grow up to 1 meter in length. They're normally solitary creatures, and their diet consists mainly of small animals and fish. During the day, they sleep up in the trees, but at night...
Yeah, paramedic.
Oh, right. So, the ocelot is an animal that lives on the American continent. But then I wondered, Why would a Soviet officer be using the name of an American wildcat?
Good question. Maybe it's because he's fast and agile like an ocelot.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
But why'd you go to all the trouble of looking it up?
Because I was curious. Was it helpful?
Sure.
Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats.
Didn't we
that were
already do this call? Yeah, we did.
I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate?
The thing you're holding now?
Oh, the little block that looks like a cookie?
Try it, it's pretty good.
Okay. But what is this thing? Never seen anything like it.
Calorie Mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates, and minerals needed for a balanced diet. It's a well-balanced food. Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space-age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting?
Huh?
It's easy to keep track of your calorie intake and receive the nutrition your body needs, so it's good for losing weight, too. All of the geisha girls in Japan use it for watching their calories.
Is that why they're all so slim?
Right. And any diet where you eat nothing at all is bad for the body.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan.
The crevice leading to the cave is to the north of that base. Keep heading north. By the way, Snake, do you have a calorie mate?
Yeah.
Is it any good?
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh.
You want it?
What?
Do you want the calorie mate?
What? What are you saying?
You want it, don't you?
I didn't say that.
So you don't want it then?
No. But if you were going to give it to me as a token of thanks for me helping you out, then of course I wouldn't refuse it.
Are you on a diet?
What did you say?
Calorie mate is supposed to be really good for losing weight.
Are you saying I'm fat?
No.
I'm not on a diet, and I don't need one. I just wanted to try the taste.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful with what you say.
Yeah, sorry.
So, is it true?
Is what true?
That it's good for losing weight.
Yeah. Calorie Mate provides a nutritionally balanced source of energy, and it makes counting calories easy. That's what's supposed to make it good for dieting.
Oh.
I heard that all of the geisha in Japan use it.
Geisha?
Yeah.
I've never heard about that.
Really?
Yes. I'm sure there are some geisha out there using Calorie Mate for diets, but I doubt all of them are using it.
No, I guess not.
That's a good one. Hey, what's up, Enigma? Good to see you, man. I saw DRK say on Twitter that the remake doesn't have pressure sensitivity. If that's true, that's so ass. The remake can't have pressure sensitivity, though. Modern controllers don't have pressure sensitive controls. So yeah, that's just something that can't happen, even if they wanted to. That's just not a thing with modern controllers. Let's see. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Let's save.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Ho 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 ho. Okay. I think we're ready.
Ah, you're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat. I hate to disappoint the Cobras, but you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots. This time I've got 12 shots.
Here we go. And the first thing he does he draw? No! He runs away. Stop that, Ocelot. And then he is back up.
Hold your fire.
My God.
I felt that.
Oh. If you put on the croc cap here. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum-ba-da-dum-bum-ba-dum. Stop flirting with me.
Look, get away from me.
Ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Now he'll reload.
I've never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
I could interrupt him here and shoot him. I don't have to watch this scene. But I like to indulge him here.
This reload time is exhilarating.
Whoop.
Can't hide hide forever. I can shoot
Oh, that was slick. One.
You won't get away from me.
2, 3, 4,
Fight like you mean it.
5, 6, myself.
Quit
7,
fooling around.
8,
You making fun of me?
9, 10, 11,
Quit fooling around.
12,
Fight like you mean it.
13, 14, 15,
Get back here.
16, 17. Oh, fuck. For some reason, he gets really angry if you shoot the Markor.
Son of a bitch.
Whoa. Nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, stun grenades do decent chip damage. Does he react? You can't level up your grip in this game.
Come out and fight, you coward. Never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Of course, you can shoot off his cap as well. Then he'll need to come back to grab it, allowing you a free shot. Whoa! Bop, 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 bop.
Ocelot is a force to be reckoned with. Don't even think about running away. The only way to proceed with the mission is to defeat him. They say that Ocelot can hit targets hiding behind obstacles by using ricochet shots. Rocks and trees won't protect you. If you stay too long in the same spot, you'll only be making yourself an easy target. Don't stand still. Keep moving.
I did make the soldiers laugh with the croc cap, yeah.
I'm not sure why, but Ocelot seems to have a thing for his cap. You might be able to get him to let down his guard by shooting it off his head. All the exits are being blocked by members of the Ocelot unit. They're fiercely loyal to Ocelot. Even if Ocelot ordered them not to get involved, they might just step in to back him up if he gets in trouble.
Yeah.
That guy is using a single-action army. It's a 6-shot 45 caliber revolver. The only drawback is that because it's a revolver, it's a pain in the ass to reload. Ocelot will be open to attack while he's reloading. Use that window to unload on him. Ocelot has 2 single-action army revolvers. That gives him 12 bullets in all. Keep a close eye on his remaining rounds. When he stops to reload, open fire. Ocelot has 2...
I don't think I have the single action on this file, do I? You can also get into a gun spinning competition with him if you have the single action. If you start flipping around your revolver, he'll do the same thing. I'm gonna try and catch him here. Oh, you bitch. Oh, please, stop that. Wow, what a laugh. There we go, there we go.
Damn it!
Got him with the hornet's nest.
Get away from me!
Oh my god. I'm gonna die here. He doesn't react to the Patriot, no. Bum bum ba dum. Yeah, I just want to get him with the leg shot.
I love it!
Didn't even see him take out his revolver.
Damn it. He found us. You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Major.
Snake.
Are you all right? You're not hurt?
No. That was a hell of a drop, but I'm fine. Looks like there's no way back up, though.
I see. Well, anyway, it's good to hear you're not injured. Slipping and falling may not have been part of the plan, but getting into that cave was. Proceed further into the cave. The cave seems to be structured like a maze, but there's an exit somewhere. Find a way out of the cave and head for the aqueduct.
All right, but it might take me a while to get through this cave.
Are you hurt?
No.
Is it the enemy? Did they set a trap for you?
Not that either.
Then what is it?
It's dark in here.
Dark?
Yeah, there's no light anywhere. I should have brought a flashlight with me.
So what you're saying is that it's going to take you a while because you don't have a flashlight?
Right.
Snake, if you don't have a flashlight, you should be looking for a substitute. I tell you, American soldiers these days rely too much on ready-made equipment.
Here we go again.
What was that?
Nothing.
American soldiers rely too much on ready-made equipment. And not only that, they can't seem to grasp that one piece of equipment can have multiple functions. Back when I was in the SAS, we never had that problem. We were trained to use every piece of equipment in as many ways as possible. If you don't have a flashlight, look for something else. You need to develop flexible, innovative thinking if you want to... Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah, of course I am.
First, take a look at what you're carrying with you now. Don't you have anything that can provide you with some light?
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, just barely. What the hell were all those hornets?
Most likely that was the pain, one of the cobras.
I figured as much. Are they tracking me?
I don't know. The cobras only take orders from the boss. Not even Volgin knows what they're really up to, so I don't know anything about them either.
No kidding.
I'll try and dig up as much as I can about them. You just focus on moving ahead. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponizovye swamp. And Snake, be careful. That cave
is pitch dark inside.
Good. I did remember to tell you then. If it's completely dark and you need a light, try using a torch. I heard there's some emergency torches stored somewhere in that cave.
Torches. Got it. So where are they?
Huh?
Where are the torches?
How should I know? Go find them yourself.
Alright, so now we have this cave section. Yeah, as I'm a big fan of this cave section as well. I really like what they do with Snake's eyes adjusting to the darkness here. As you make your way through this area, it will get brighter and brighter gradually to simulate how the human eye adjusts to the dark. It's just a cool little touch. Your map here is actually useful. I think a lot of people forget that you can even look at this map. But the map can actually be useful here to get your bearings. But yeah, take note of how dark it is at the moment here. And when we come back to this area in like 5 minutes, it's going to be way, way brighter. You're going to be able to see the whole area. When Zero's implied that we might have some kind of light source, I think he was alluding to the cigar. You can get a little bit of light with this cigar. You can also fire off your weapons as well. That might help you a bit. There's a map in MGS3, yeah. It can be quite useful against the end as well. It highlights the end's sniping positions. And when the end is firing at you, it'll highlight the position that he's firing from as well. But yeah, I've played the game a million times, so I know where to go here. Except I did just lose my vision. Am I still going in the right spot? Actually, I think I took a wrong turn. I shouldn't have said anything. Wait, oh, I know where I am. You find some random skeletons around here. That's only for the end? Yeah, I think the end is the only boss that gets highlighted on the map. Or, you know, it highlights his sniping positions more than it highlights him, but yeah. Here we have some Russian glow caps. But yeah, the level design here is kind of unique, the way it loops around. Russian glowcap. Not eaten yet. Taste unknown.
I see you found some Russian glowcaps. The Russian glowcap is a kind of luminescent fungus, a mushroom that glows in the dark.
Why would a mushroom glow in the dark?
It's bioluminescent, just like a firefly. It uses the so-called luciferin luciferase reaction. To put it simply, luciferin reacts with luciferase in the presence of magnesium 2+ ions, breaking it down into oxyluciferin and carbon dioxide. The carbonyl groups in the oxyluciferin are initially in an electrical excited state. When they return to their base state, they give off light. Did you get all that?
Not really.
Oh.
By the way, does that mushroom recharge your batteries when you eat it?
Huh?
I mean, it seems like if you ate a glowing mushroom, it might recharge your batteries or something.
Snake, your batteries are organic batteries. They produce electricity by utilizing the potential difference between cells. Organic batteries are known for their highly efficient energy conversion, but they still rely on chemical reactions between proteins and enzymes to...
So you're saying they'll get recharged?
Believe what you want.
Great.
Tony the Tiger. Great. Russian glowcap, not eaten yet. Said to recharge the battery when eaten. Because it's a glowing mushroom, it supposedly recharges the battery when eaten. Love how we get this whole description here after the call. The call now changes the description. And now, once we eat it, battery has recovered.
Paramedic,
What's up?
you were right.
About what?
I ate a Russian glowcap and it charged up my batteries.
Huh?
What's wrong?
That's great. Snake, can you excuse me for a second?
Sure.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah. There's no way eating a bioluminescent mushroom would cause your batteries to recharge.
What do you think it means?
Beats me. Maybe it's all in his mind.
You mean like a placebo effect?
Why not? You've seen how gullible he is.
I guess there's no harm done. Should we let him keep believing it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Snake, I'm back. Yes, the Russian glowcap is a glowing mushroom, so it'll recharge your batteries when you eat it.
You've seen how gullible he is. What a casual singing it is. Oh yeah, just to prove that it's that it actually works. I forgot to actually show it working. Hold on, we'll find another one down here. Here we also get a torch. So finally we get a better light source. So I equip this. And also turn it off. But yeah, if I equip my thermals, the battery goes down pretty quickly in this game. We just wait until we lose 1 bar. Actually, let's go for 1.5. now, when I eat my Russian glow cap... Oh wait, did that description just slightly change as well? Yeah, because it's a glowing mushroom, it recharged the battery after eating. Yeah, they change it. There we go. We get one full bar. Another cool thing about the Russian glow caps is that they absorb Volgan's electricity. They're useful as a defensive tool during the Volgan boss fight. Tree frogs are also useful against Volgan. He'll get distracted by tree frogs and kill them. I think because tree frogs appear when it's raining. After he kills the tree frog, he says Kuwabara Kuwabara, which is his phrase to ward off lightning. And you know, he says that when it rains. L. Greggs with the 6 months. Thank you. Does a stun grenade reset the darkness? I don't think it does, but we could try it. I think I meant to try that during the last playthrough, and I just didn't have stun grenades. I have one left here. Yeah, you can see now it's starting to get pretty bright. We can see quite clearly now. Here we just picked up some night vision goggles. The night vision is pretty cool in this. I love the big old bulky old school night vision. Dixon with the 42 and the 39 in a row. Love from across the pond, dog. Looking forward to the first MGS Delta and SH2 remake playthroughs. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it should be interesting streaming those when they release. Glad you're looking forward to it. But yeah, look at these bulky things.
Hey, what's that you're wearing?
Night vision goggles. This gadget lets me see in the dark by amplifying light and displaying it as images.
Amplifying light?
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I'll be damned. They're working on something like that here in the States, but so far it's not viable unless it's coupled with an infrared searchlight. And now the Russians have something you can carry with you. Anyway, those goggles should give you a decent visual range, even in dark places. But don't look at anything bright like fire, or it'll get burned into your eyes and you won't be able to see for a while. Be careful.
I can't remember when I did a Karatan run. It's been a long time. Hey, see you later, Henry. Colors here look nice. Okay, now we've looped back to the start. Let's throw one of these stun grenades. I don't think this is going to do anything, but... Yeah, our vision is still good.
Tell me something, Sigint.
What's that?
What does Sigint mean, anyway?
It's short for Signal Intelligence.
Signal Intelligence?
The part of intelligence that deals with electronic information. Things like intercepting and analyzing electronic communications, determining enemy force strength and positioning from radar emissions and radio chatter. You get the idea. Code breaking is considered part of SIGINT as well. 40 years from now, we'll be in the age of electronic warfare. It won't be long before information replaces firepower as the most valuable commodity on the battlefield.
So you're saying they won't need guys like me anymore?
Sorry to break it to you, but that's not gonna happen. No matter how advanced our technology gets, there's still no substitute for human beings. Anyway, the Major is a man of foresight. He knew the electronic age was coming, and so he called out to me.
And you responded?
Well, I didn't have any place else to go.
You couldn't find a job?
Nope. None of the places where they do this kind of high-tech research would even let me in the door.
Why not? I know you've got social problems, but...
Come again?
Nothing. I mean, someone with your talent ought to be able to...
Yeah, well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm black. The Major, though, he doesn't care about what color you are. I've never met anyone like him before. He's different, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I don't think racism's gonna go away even in the 21st century. But I want to work with computers and use them to bring people closer together. In the digital world, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, American or Russian or whatever. Everybody's going to be the same. That's what I think.
Interesting call. Really ties in well with the MGS4 developments and Zero's development, even though I don't think they had that as an idea when they were creating 3. His description of Zero there is very much in line with who he becomes later on. You know, this great man of foresight who saw the digital age coming, and Sigint's dream of this one world united under an electronic system, and how, you know, good intentions become warped by all the characters in this game later on down the line. It's really interesting, you know, this one call really does tie in well with those MGS4 developments. We do find out later in Peace Walker as well that it was Sigint who came up with the idea to create the Patriot AIs. That he offered up that as an idea to Zero.
A torch? A little primitive, but a light's a light. From what I can tell, that torch is made of white birch dipped in turpentine. It burns long, so I don't think you'll have a problem with it burning out on you. If you equip it and press the CQC button, you can use it to smack the enemy. You can also swing it around by pressing that button repeatedly. Useful when you need to clear the room of bats and stuff. With the weapon button, you can light and extinguish a torch, so make sure that thing is out if an enemy is closing in. Get used to it. The light from the torch is visible from a long way off, though. It probably goes without saying, but marching into battle with a torch in your hand is not the sanest course of action. You should only light a torch when you're someplace like a cave where you can't find your way around without a light.
Yeah, I hear you.
There was a trailer for MGS3 and the latest gaming reveal event thing for PS5. When was this? I haven't heard anything about a new trailer since that last one that came out like a few weeks back. Oh, a month ago? Oh, yeah. It's an MGS3 remake. I'm not sure how in the know you are. Any idea what it's about? Yeah, it's an MGS3 remake. It's been in the... It's been out there for a while now. Let's do the 007 call.
You want to save?
It was only a trailer. They said nothing else. Was hoping that expand on the game a bit. Oh, we were just watching a presentation like an hour ago where they were talking about the game. Maybe someone has a link for you. Maybe someone could link it in chat. But yeah, it's a remake that's just going to have a visual overhaul for the most part. Cutscenes seem to be shot-for-shot recreations, using the same mocap with all the same voice acting. The level design seems to be the same. Gameplay will be different to a degree, because the movement and everything looks different. The aiming, you know, looks modernized. So yeah, it kind of looks like it's somewhere between a remaster and a remake. Let's see.
Snake, have you seen 007 from Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets? The cars? The guns?
Major.
Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
What good is a pen gonna do me in the jungle? I'd look like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on the enemy while they're distracted.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped gun that folds up and fits into an attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you?
No.
I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales either. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two from him. I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship. That's what a spy is supposed to do.
Get the upper hand? I don't think I'm cut out for that mission.
Maybe if you change your code name to 00 Snake.
Major.
007 is the biggest thing to come out of England since the Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond fan. Don't get him worked up like this.
Worked up?
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio.
You have my sympathy.
It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
If we didn't get the Guy Savage game, in the HD collection. I doubt there's any chance we'll get it in the remake. That would be pretty funny. This old ass early concept game. We might get some kind of nightmare. I doubt we'll get Guy Savage, but I think they could include the nightmare in a different way. Yeah, I think it could still happen, the nightmare.
That cave is known as Chornaya Peshara. In Russian, Chornaya Peshara means the black cave from which cold wind blows. It's a magma cavern formed millions of years ago, back when Salinoyarsk was the site of volcanic activity. The structure of the cave is pretty complex, but you should be able to find the aqueduct if you keep moving inward. Head toward the interior of the cave.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they put in a demo of just like some other thing that they were working on. You know, something to mirror Guy Savage back in the day.
Eva, I wanted to ask you about Ocelot.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty infatuated with you, isn't he?
That's not what I meant. Aren't the Ocelots an elite unit?
Yeah.
So how'd he get to be their commander? He can't be any older than 18 or 19. I can't believe he's already a major.
I heard from the colonel that he's been given special treatment.
Special treatment?
Yeah, he's the son of some legendary hero or something.
No wonder he seems to have the right stuff. So who is this legendary hero anyway?
Beats me. The colonel never told me. All I heard was that his mother was supposedly shot in the gut during battle, and that he was born right there with bullets whizzing past them.
A pregnant woman in the middle of a battle?
That's what I heard. They say that when they stitched her up, the scar was shaped like a snake.
Well, that's battlefield medicine for you. What about his father, this legendary hero?
He didn't tell me. I don't think Ocelot's ever met his parents.
Are they dead?
Maybe, I don't know. There were a lot of MIAs back then, during the last days of the war. Ocelot probably would have ended up the same way. But he was taken in and raised by Gru and Volgan.
Because he was special.
That's my guess.
Yeah, there's the big call that ties in with the final scenes with the boss when we see her scar. This call, combined with what we see at the end of the game, reveals that Ocelot is the child. Of course, Snake assumes that the legendary hero must have been the father. This legendary hero. And yeah, that game that you play inside the Nightmare, that was originally going to be a fully fledged game. It was like an early concept build for a game that was going to be directed by Shuyo Murata, one of Kojima's co-directors, co-writers.
When you're bitten by a venomous animal such as a snake or a spider, or hit by a poisoned arrow, the poison will start to affect your body. Your life will decrease with each passing minute, so cure the poison as soon as possible. To cure poison, go into cure in the survival...
What happens when you save during the lockup and reload the save? In the HD collection, nothing happens. Yeah. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that for the remake, because you would imagine they would want to include it in some form.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And Snake.
And Snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So,
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
good. I'll have to try some.
They should have Silent Hill Ascension as the nightmare game. Now that would be truly terrifying. Silent Hill Ascension 2, a sneak peek, early build. Dear God. That would be true horror.
I caught you at last.
Yes, here he is.
We are the sons of the boss. I am the pain. I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination. Let's get started.
The last thing you expect to see this guy do is a bunch of backflips. But I guess, is he trying to be a bee? Like, that's the closest thing he can do. You know, he can't fly. So it's like, it's the most bee-like thing he's capable of doing. He just flips around the place. I'm flying! Is that what he's trying to do there? I think maybe that's what he's trying to do. Yeah! He should have made buzzing sounds. Kojima should have went all the way. You know, and just in between lines of dialogue, he would just bzz, bzz. We are the bzz, bzz, sons bzz, of the boss. Bzz, bzz. No, he shouldn't have done that. That would have been pretty good, though. Actually too silly. Actually too silly. It's hard to imagine that something could be too silly for the pain, but no, that's too silly. Whoa, fuck. Yeah, he should have had a little stinger stuck to his ass. He should be dressed like the honeybee girls in FF7. Meow. Ocelot meows. Yeah, I guess so. Well, maybe he could buzz, but buzzing like the way I did it, that would just be too ridiculous. Like buzzing in between lines of dialogue, in between his words, nah. But maybe he could just let out a big buzz every now and then. What the hell am I doing here?
You're embarrassing yourself.
Bop, bop. Oh yeah, there's a really cool detail during this fight. I do have a hornet's nest saved up, don't I? I do, yeah. If we equip our hornet's nest here... Bum, 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 bum.
Grenade!
No! Okay, that should work. Fuck!
Taste some real pain.
No, I didn't mean to throw it all the way up there. I threw it too early. I'm gonna kill myself. Hold on. Oh, actually, let me see what his reaction is to a fake death pill.
Grenade!
Oh no.
What is this?
He just says, what is this? And that's it. Oh, yeah, we do get a unique animation from him. I think that was a unique animation. What the hell is he doing? Does he have a unique reaction if he sees me get up?
What? He's alive!
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I'm gonna blow myself up. Can stun lock him out of that move. Oh, nice. In the MGS3 remake, I wish they would keep the music playing in the menu. Please do that. It's so jarring. Especially when there's lots of menuing. You know? If the music kept playing here while I was in the menu, it would keep the tension. It would keep the flow going. It's a minor thing, but it's something that I wish was in this game. No, I didn't see that there was a release date for the MGS3 remake. Was there?
Grenade!
There we go. Okay, I'm not sure if that worked. Oh, it did. Nice. So I just threw my regular hornet's nest into the Pain's hornets. And now that gives me these super-powered hornets. Baltic hornet nest with the Pain's hornets. Not eaten yet. Said to be very tasty. Hive of the Pain's hornets. You just looked it up and it turns out it's bullshit. Filled with honey and hornets controlled by the Pain. Yeah, it's really tasty. Bum, 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 bum. No. Bum, bum, bum. Suck on my balls. Suck big balls. Bum, 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 bum.
Grenade! Ah!
Another cool thing about this fight, if you wear all white colors, you will take less damage from the bees. If you wear all black colors, you will take more damage. If you roleplay as a beekeeper, you'll take less damage. Whoa. That's a lie? No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's to mimic how they behave in real life, right? Like you always see beekeepers dressed in all white in their protective gear. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I guess Snow Camo and Oz Cam both work, I think.
Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bees are the name the Pain gives the special hornets he raises inside his own body. And if they get into your body, your wounds will become worse and worse until you get rid of them. If you're afflicted by bullet bees, go into the survival viewer immediately and use Cure to dig them out with your knife. Once the bullet bees are out, don't forget to apply styptic and disinfectant to the wound.
The Pain is said to possess the power to control his hornets at will. Watch out for insect-based attacks, especially his so-called bullet bees. The Pain doesn't just use hornets, he's got guns and grenades in his arsenal too. Be especially careful about those grenades.
Maybe black camo doesn't cause more damage to be dealt, but white camo definitely causes less damage to be dealt.
Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bee is the pet name the Pain gave to a special type of hornet that he keeps inside his body. When the Pain gives the order, they fly at their target like bullets, burrow into his body, and eat away at his insides until he's dead. If you get hit by a bullet bee, go into the survival viewer right away and heal yourself on the Cure screen. That being said, despite the name, a bullet bee is really just a type of hornet. They can't follow you into the water. If the Pain launches any at you, dive under the water. The Pain can supposedly use his hornets to create a copy of himself and confuse the enemy. If he does that, try and figure out which one is real and attack him. When he copies himself, the hornets that normally protect him will be used to create the double. That means you'll be able to damage him with a gun. But be warned, if you screw up and shoot the double, or you take too long to shoot, you'll get hit with a counterattack. The Pain is said to...
Yeah.
The Pain has the power to control swarms of hornets at will. Watch out for his hornet-based attacks.
His hornet-based attacks.
Not even the Pain's special breed of hornet. Not even the...
Snake, as long as the Pain is using his hornets to protect his body, you won't be able to damage him with gun attacks. You'll need to use a grenade to get rid of the hornet swarm first. Go into first-person view and... The Pain seems to be direct... Snake, if the Pain's hornets stick to you, you won't be able to move freely. If hornets start to stick to you, take care of them before they prevent you from moving altogether. Either jump into the water, or wave your survival knife around to drive them away. If you become unable to move, wiggle the left stick and press the buttons rapidly to shake them off before you get shot. Understood? Snake, not even the Pain's... The Pain can utilize the hornets under his control to seek out his enemies. Being spotted by the hornets is the same as being spotted by him. Keep an eye out for hornets above you when you emerge from underwater. Snake, watch out for those bullet bees he shoots.
Bullet bees are the name the Pain gives the special hornet.
The Pain seems to be... The Pain seems...
Yeah.
Snake. You might be able to trap some of the hornets by throwing a hornet's nest at them. If you succeed, it should reduce the number of hornets the Pain has at his disposal. It might even make the nest taste better.
Yeah, they tell
Try it
you.
out.
They tell you if that's secret. They should have a call where they talk about the camo as well. Maybe I skipped it by mistake, or maybe you can only get it in the first phase.
Using insecticidal bug juice on yourself should make the hornet's attacks less severe.
Yeah.
Try it out.
Forgot about that. That's another cool touch.
Snake, you won't be able to see a thing with a swarm of hornets covering your head. The hornets can't follow you into the water. If you find your vision being blocked by a swarm of hornets, dive into the water. You could also try driving them away with the smoke from your cigar. Waving your torch around with the CQC button should also work.
JBL, I feel like I need to see more of the gameplay, because that's mainly what I'm interested in, what they change gameplay-wise and how the gameplay feels. The visual overhaul doesn't really interest me that much. And the cutscenes look like shot-for-shot recreations with all the same VA from the original, so yeah, I don't really care too much about that. But I'm intrigued to see the gameplay whenever they release more footage of that. Paramedic, anything else?
Snake, you run a higher risk of getting seriously injured if you're hit by an attack at close range. If you're engaging in proximity combat, use caution. If you get seriously injured, go into the survival viewer and treat it right away. Using insecticidal...
Sigint, I think
The Pain...
I got all of his, right?
The Pain is...
That's all you have to say. Eva?
The Pain... Not even the Pain special... The Pain...
Yeah, I think that's all we're getting.
Snake, Snake, as long as the Pain is using his hornets to protect his body, you...
Bump. Bump.
Snake,
Bump.
if the
bump.
Pain's hornets...
Yeah, right, whatever. Suck my balls. You can cheese his bullet bees just by looking in first person. Who tells you about smoke grenades? Regular grenades work well too. And smokes. I think you can probably get more calls, but in the first phase only. Whoa, shit! Don't iframe out of this. Nice. Zero. I beat the pain. Congratulate me.
The exit from the cave should be toward the back. Proceed through the cave and find the exit to the swamp aqueduct.
Oh. Nothing to say about that battle? Eva, how about you?
Snake, you beat the Pain.
Not without a tough fight.
How did it feel to fight one of the boss's comrades?
What are you getting at?
I just want to know what it's like to have fought a member of the legendary Cobra unit. That's all.
What you want to know is if I can really face the boss. Is that right?
Well, that too.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. I'll get the mission done.
I certainly hope so.
So the exit of the cave is up ahead.
Right. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponyzovier swamp.
So once you're finished with the fight, you can run up this way, jump onto the platform, and this is where you would find his camo, if you didn't already have it. Your reward for tranking him. And his camo is one of the most fun camos in the game to fuck around with. The Hornet Stripe. The Payne's camo uniform wards off hornets, spiders, and leeches. Also allows the wearer to tame hornets. So this thing is really fun to play around with. It doesn't fully explain why it's so fun. But yeah, we'll play around with that later on. It allows you to use the hornets as weapons against enemies. The time is up on the top right, JB. Oh man, I'm getting tired now. But I don't have long to go.
Do you want to save?
But yeah, I think it'll probably go into the 4-day mark.
Snake, have you heard of The Last War?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
It's a Japanese movie where the world ends in a nuclear war. Tensions between East and West reach the breaking point, and before anyone can stop it, they launch the ICBMs. Humanity is wiped out by a war that no one wanted. The movie depicts that destruction from the eyes of ordinary people. Their simple daily lives are torn apart by the terrible power of a war that has nothing to do with them.
Everybody's afraid of the next big war, but there's only so much that one person can do.
That's why the people who have the power to stop it have to.
What are we at now? 60 hours? Yeah, maybe it'll reach the 4-day mark, 96 hours. Yeah, probably will, just about.
Snake, be careful. That cave is inhabited by vampire bats. The vampire bat bites its victims and sucks their blood.
Got it.
Speaking of bats...
Just save it.
Huh?
I know you're gonna talk about vampire movies. Attack of the Vampire Donuts, or Dracula versus the Space Hippos, or something like that.
Actually, I was going to say that bats are known to use supersonic waves to sense their surroundings.
Oh.
Bats use supersonic waves to sense their surroundings, so you might be able to keep them away by blasting them with a special kind of sound wave. Alternatively, you could try equipping a torch and waving it around with the CQC button. As for taste, I suppose there's no reason you couldn't eat them. Snake, do you hate vampire movies?
What?
Just now, you sounded like you really hated them.
I did?
Yeah,
Oh. Well, no one really likes them, do they?
some people do.
Like you.
Yeah, they're fascinating, you know? Like the movie Dracula...
Don't say it.
Why not?
Just don't.
Are you afraid?
What?
You're afraid of vampires, aren't you?
Don't be ridiculous.
But...
Listen, There are no such things as vampires. They're just a stupid, made-up legend. And if they do seem real sometimes.
Well, sure.
You think I'd be afraid of something like that?
No.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not afraid of vampires.
Uh-huh.
It's just that whenever somebody starts talking about vampires, I end up dreaming about them that night, and I don't need that right now. That's all.
Okay.
So this, of course, foreshadows the whole nightmare sequence, which unfortunately is not a part of the HD collection, but DRK will show it later. He'll switch over and show the PS2 version, so you'll get to see it later on. And all the codecs, yeah. UFOs. Yeah, these platforms, apparently they are based on technology that actually did exist. And in the 1950s, sometime before the date of this game. But they were never able to get them to work properly. In real life. Do I have any stuns? Get some more glow cups. Oh man. So here we get our first interaction with these guys. Some of my favorite areas around here, just how peaceful it is with the sound of the water. There's a cool thing with these platform guys. If we take out their lights, how did that not land?
We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown.
There we go.
What's going on? Respond. We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Going into high alert.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
The searchlight broke. Going back for maintenance.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
Really cool. You take out their searchlight, they actually leave the area to get it repaired and then come back. I'm scared of this guy. Okay, I want to do the same thing to him. Wait, for some reason, the game forces you to go underwater in a crouch state. Fuck.
We're under fire.
My god. I shot a bird by mistake there or something. What the hell happened there?
There's a problem with the searchlight. Heading back for repair.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
This other guy is on his way back. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, I just didn't think I shot the water at all there. Oh, nice.
The enemy is attacking from an unknown position. Begin the alert status.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
Some damage to the searchlight. Heading back for repair.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
No, there are no swimming snakes. The water looks so good in this. Ba-da-lam.
I see you found your way to the aqueduct. If you follow it to the north, you'll come to a warehouse used for transporting supplies. Pass through the warehouse, and you'll come out into a forest. The lab where Sokolov is being held is directly to the north of that forest, so head north.
You say they have flying platforms out there? Flying platforms are a type of personal VTOL aircraft.
They were working on those in America too, weren't they?
Yeah, back in the 50s. They were supposedly going to be used for scouting and patrol missions, as well as to spot for artillery units and transport troops into rough territory. They even got an initial prototype off the ground in 1955. But the thing wasn't fast enough, and there were problems with getting it to stop and turn in midair, so they ended up scrapping the project. The ones you see there were built by the Soviets after they got their hands on the American design plans. The American model used a pair of contra-rotating rotors to generate lift, but those Soviet models seem to be using jet engines instead. They must have kept going with their research after the US abandoned its own project. Now they've finally overtaken us. You gotta give them credit for sticking with it. If you get spotted by an enemy riding a flying platform, they'll go into alert phase. The flying platforms themselves don't seem to be armed, but the pilots are carrying Scorpion submachine guns and grenades. The recoil on the Scorpion is low enough so that they should be able to fire one-handed in full auto mode. That gives them some serious firepower.
Yeah, I haven't been asked the question all that much today, overall, but in the last, like, couple of hours I have. I'm not all that hyped for the MGS3 remake, but I'm looking forward to streaming it. And, you know, I hope it turns out well. But because it's just the whole idea of a visual overhaul doesn't really interest me all that much. And I'm fine with the MGS3 that I already have. But I'm really intrigued to see the gameplay that they change. And we just haven't really seen all that much yet, you know? So, I don't know. I still need to see more of the game, I guess. Let's see. Oh, you bitch. Yeah, maybe I should create my own command for it. I'm already favoring it over the MC version of MGS3. Just having a complete control overhaul is better than that Xbox 360 workaround. Yeah, it should. I mean, it should be interesting just to see what kind of variation it is on the gameplay. And I hope they change certain things. You know, like I hope all the patrol layouts and everything, I hope they're not all the same. Like I don't want to go into the game and know exactly where all the guards are. You know, it'd be cool to have some surprises. And I'm just very interested to see how the game controls and feels, given that it's going to have all the same bosses and levels, and you know, surely they're going to include a lot of the same boss mechanics. But it looks like it's going to control quite differently, right? But the controls are such a big part of the game. All the tactical reloading and the super responsive movement. You know, the Delta looks like it's going to have much weightier MGS5-esque movement. So it'll be interesting to see how that fits with boss fights, you know, and these very... Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they handle the whole thing, gameplay-wise. Maybe the new CQC moves will make engaging guards one of the more fun aspects. Kojima will be in the credits. They spoke about it during the presentation. Thanks for elaborating. Yeah, I mean, it's always hard answering these questions about my feelings on Delta, because I don't even know how to answer the question. I really struggle to have fully formed thoughts on the whole thing, because I guess I'm just not that invested. You know, I feel like I really have to force myself to have an opinion. I have to force myself to really care about it. Fuck, this guy took out his binoculars. Oh, the duck strats.
This is HQ. Acknowledged. Eliminate all enemies.
But yeah, maybe the controls won't be all weighty and MGS5-esque. It's just hard to picture those big weighty controls working well with MGS3 boss design. Like, I don't know. I feel like, you know, with the original MGS3 is really sharp and responsive, you know? You move Snake from left to right to left to right. It's like this instant twitch movement. The tactical reload. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's gonna feel and how it's gonna work. Kylo Ren with the 9, thank you. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Wonder will I... Yeah, I had a feeling I'd still be caught there.
Pretty tasty.
Stuggy with the 45, thank you. Just kill me. Let me do this again. Please. Badu. No. There we go. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum.
HQ. This is HQ. What's going on? Respond. What's going on out there?
Do they hire Hater again? It's going to have all of the same voice acting. It's a shot-for-shot remake in terms of the cutscenes. And I would imagine all the radio calls are going to be there too. They're re-recording dialogue for tutorials where they mention controls because the old calls just won't fit with the new systems. But like the cutscenes look like they're using all of the same mocap, all the same voice lines. The cutscenes look like one-to-one recreations of the original.
Keep in mind that every weapon and piece of equipment weighs something. The heavier the equipment you're looking.
Which is why, in one sense, it feels more like a remaster. Because it feels like you're looking at the exact same thing with this visual overhaul, but it's a heavy visual overhaul. But then you have the gameplay, which is going to be significantly different as well, it would seem.
The Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun.
Yeah.
You can capture animals alive by using the tranquilizer gun or a mousetrap. When you capture a live animal, you can carry it on you as a weapon by going to Backpack in the survival viewer. Once an animal is on your person, equip it and press the weapon button to throw it. Throwing a venomous animal at an enemy might be enough to knock him out. Even non-venomous animals like frogs can be used to distract the enemy's attention. And since I know you're going to ask me, yes, keeping animals alive prevents them from rotting and makes them taste better when you eat them. Remember, though, you've only got 3 cages for capturing live animals. When you get shot... Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, That is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
Did I pick up the SVD? Let me check. Okay, so... if the donations remain as they are, we will be sniping the end after the next cutscene. And all bets are off once the scene segues from cutscene to gameplay. Once you see it fade to gameplay, that's when all bets are off. It has to come in before the fade. But as it stands, it looks like we're going to be sniping the end. And if it turns out that Snipe Early is not in the lead, then we remove that from the list. And it's between Fight and Old Age. Hold on one sec, guys. And yeah, once again, thank you to Some Herbal Plant for the big $100 donation earlier. Tom with the 5 as well.
Get your hands off me. I'm not going anywhere.
Really now? How many times must I tell you?
Tanya!
Each time you resist, your lover will suffer the consequences. Is that clear?
Vulcan. Damn you!
Hold it right there, traitor. Let's find out just how lucky you are. Watch closely. One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it. I'm going to pull the trigger 6 times in a row. Are you ready? Huh. Looks like your luck hasn't run out yet.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on. The Cobras will take care of him.
Has the CIA dog been disposed of yet?
The pain is dead.
What? He may be a child, but he's definitely one of yours. I fear Khrushchev may have a hand in this. We have no time to lose. You must eliminate him before the final test.
Don't worry. They'll be able to handle it. I'm leaving him to you, the field.
The old man is always sleeping. Is he all right?
The end is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right. And when he does, it will be the end for the boy.
Nah. Sokolov isn't worth your love. You can entertain me until the rain stops. Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
The sorrow, is that you?
All right. All right. We snipe him early. Let's see. First, I want to take him out. Then we'll take out the SPD. Fast asleep now, but watch this. Now he speeds up. He wakes up when he has to.
Control here. Enemy is attacking from an unknown
Whoa, hold up. Look at that for a cloud of smoke. Pedaloo. Oh, and just to show another thing that you can do here. Kind of unique for the series to do something like that, like a unique object flying around the place, or you know, a unique little item that you can be hit with. Things flying through the air that can hit you. Other than bullets, explosives. What the hell am I doing? SPD. No.
This is HQ.
Boom.
Begin the alert status.
Yeah, you can also shoot the wheel before it gets to you. Is that everyone? Duh. Thank you for the blessings. Another really cool thing you can do here with the end is just damage him slightly. If you damage him here but you don't kill him, it will actually affect the fight with him later on. He'll have a little chunk depleted from his health bar and his stamina bar in the fight later on if you damage him here but you don't kill him. One of the many, many, many cool things about the end fight. Definitely the most creative fight in the game, I think. And probably the series. Just with the amount of stuff you can do. Different ways of approaching it, and then all the tiny little details within the fight itself. The only MGS boss that you can totally skip no, Quiet in MGS 5. And maybe something else that I can't think of. Is there anything else? There are bosses that you can't kill. There's Fortune in MGS2, which is a subversive sort of fight. The Sorrow later on in MGS3 is another one of those fights playing around with the conventions, you know, with his empty health bar that you can't damage because he's already dead. But other fights like the end or something that you can just run past. Oh, you skip most of them on easy in Metal Gear 1. Really? If you play Metal Gear 1 on easy, you can skip most of the fights? You know, that just reminds me, I don't think I've ever played Metal Gear 1 on anything other than easy. Just run by them and exit the door. I guess you can avoid them even on normal, right? A lot of them you can. Yeah, that reminds me now. I do remember watching other speedrunners, I think, just run past bosses like the Fire Trooper. Can't you skip half of MGS1? Well, yeah, that's a glitching, though. That's unintended glitching through the game. We're talking about legitimate strategies for bypassing bosses. Bad Humans, you specify doing that on easy difficulty. You can do the same thing on normal, though, can't you, for those bosses in Metal Gear 1? Maybe not. That is one really cool thing about Metal Gear 1, I think. Your ability to just bypass the whole story if you know what you're doing. Like, you don't have to interact with Grey Fox at all. You don't really have to answer any of the radio calls if you don't need the information. You don't need to talk to Dr. Madnar. You don't need to rescue Madnar's daughter. I guess the reason you rescue Madnar and his daughter, gameplay-wise, is to get the information on how to destroy Metal Gear. But if you already know, and you're on a repeat playthrough, you can just run past them. Running by fake Madnar, yeah. Even real Madnar, like I just said. Grey Fox. You don't need to rescue Grey Fox.
Pretty tasty.
Hey, welcome back, Jerry. We can do some calls here to follow up on the end.
Major, Sokolov's been hauled off.
Yes, they probably caught him trying to escape from the lab. Didn't Volgin say that they still needed to perform the final test?
Yeah.
Then Sokolov must have been taken back to the lab. Get to the lab and get Sokolov the hell out of there. Pass through that warehouse and you'll come out south of the lab. Make your way inside the warehouse. Watch out for enemy sentries. Snake? Did you kill another one of the Cobras?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was the end. Good work. Now you won't have to deal with him later.
I guess so.
What's wrong?
It's nothing.
Surely you're not going to tell me you wanted to test your skills against a legendary sniper that even the boss respected?
No.
Snake, this isn't a contest or sport. This is war. The only thing you should be thinking about is carrying out your mission.
Yeah, I know.
The assault rifle can punch through materials like wooden boards. That means you can fire on enemies standing on top of the pier from underneath. Keep that in mind.
Looks like you got yourself some funky clothes there.
Yeah, it's called a sneaking suit.
Sneaking suit? What's that all about?
I'm not sure, but it looks like what the boss was wearing.
Huh. Well, whatever it is, it's a fine piece of work. The suit seems to be made of some kind of special bulletproof fiber. Wearing it should reduce all the damage you take by half. The waterproofing and heat and moisture insulation are top-notch. Just having it on will reduce the amount of stamina you burn. It even increases your overall camo index. You got yourself a keeper, Snake.
Yeah, maybe we should make it the official uniform of Fox.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I forgot to do the Patriot call earlier. One of my favorites.
Using the Patriot, huh?
Yeah, it's the same one the boss was using.
Where'd you get it?
Hmm?
I said, where'd you get it?
Sigint, don't get worked up over details.
Whatever. Anyway, the Patriot is a one-of-a-kind sidearm made especially for the boss. It's basically an XM16E1 with the barrel cut short and the stock taken off. The idea was to create a large pistol that combined the feel and quick handling of a handgun with the force of a rifle. But with a barrel that short, the recoil is unbelievable. It's tough to aim, but it more than makes up for it in firepower. From the looks of it, it's fitted with a 100-round drum magazine. And it never runs out of ammo?
Never.
Why is that?
Because the internal feed mechanism is shaped like an infinity symbol.
Ah, I get it. Yep, that'll give you unlimited ammo.
There you go. If you ever wanted an explanation for how the Patriot works, there you have it. Okay, yeah, let's continue. Yeah, and once again, Herbal Plant, thank you for your big generosity earlier. If you're still there. For sniping the end. Okay, now we'll make our way through here. What's wrong? Still gonna do MGS4 and Police Notes? Yeah, I don't think it'll reach 5 days, but it'll probably reach 4 days. The title does say 3+, after all, because I wasn't sure what it was going to be exactly. I figured it would go past 3, but wasn't exactly sure. Let's blow up the food supplies for later. Hopefully I still have some TNT. Some TNT! Get rid of the smokes. Boom. No, I don't hate MGS5 as much as DRK. But I just wanted to mix up the marathon for a change instead of doing the same thing month after month. Thought we'd mix it up a bit. So yeah, we're leaving out Peace Walker and 5 this time. And instead, doing Snatcher and Police Knots. I'd like to start mixing them up more as well in the future. Maybe doing the occasional spin-off. Or maybe doing even like multi-game marathons and stuff if DRK was down. Although he doesn't stream as many games as I do outside of MGS, so I don't know if he'd be up for that. But yeah, I'd like to like mix things up and maybe do like Silent Hill, Metal Gear marathons. Or get DRK to do some Deus Ex. But yeah, it'd be cool maybe sometime to do like a big 10-day marathon maybe. With a variety of Silent Hill and Metal Gear and Deus Ex and all the other games that we're known for playing. I feel bad that I scared you off from Big Boss and Ghost Babel. You didn't scare me off from Big Boss and Ghost Babel. I actually started to learn the Ghost Babel run. I learned a good bit of it. Whoa, Jesus Christ! This area is cool, I was about to say. If we look over here, you can actually see some of the scientists that tried to escape Grannon's lab. You can only see them here. This first time you come through the area. When we come back here to fight the Fear later, you won't be able to see them anymore. But yeah, check out this guy. Did you think that you scared me away from Ghost Babel, Bad Humans, or are you just fucking around? Pretty gruesome. Yeah, I do. Why? How did you scare me away from doing a Ghost Babel Big Boss run? What did you say that terrified me? Did you say it was hard or something? Did you terrify me with thoughts of impossible difficulty? There's another dude over here too. I think I overwhelmed you. Overwhelmed me with what? Information? Where you were giving me like loads of advice and stuff, and you thought that you scared me with all of your. You feel like you came on too strong, trying to get me into the big boss run. That didn't happen. That definitely didn't happen. This guy didn't meet as gruesome a fate as the other guy. All right, if you say so. No, you definitely didn't scare me away from it. Can I just walk back into this? No, I can't.
Snake! What the hell happened? Snake! Snake!
Yeah, I couldn't remember. Yeah, you can't even touch it. Oh, let me collect some poison dart frogs for DRK. Where the hell are they? They should be everywhere. I think I'm just blind. There we go.
There seem to be traps planted throughout that area, and they look a little primitive.
Yeah, but this is their territory. Why would they need this many traps here?
Maybe it's part of some kind of tactical research.
Tactical research?
Yeah. As I'm sure you know, the Soviet Union is leading a worldwide revolution among communist forces all over the globe. But a lot of the countries involved don't have the necessary funds and industrial technology, so they need tactics that are both effective and economical.
That's what they're researching?
Yeah, and traps are one of the best ways to do that. I'll bet that place is one of their testing grounds. Clappers, arrows, pendulums, all of these traps are set off by applying force to a rope. Don't touch the ropes and you'll be fine. Use rolling to get over them, or just crawl under them. Either way ought to work. If you do set off a trap and an arrow or a spiked pendulum comes flying your way, you can still dodge it by immediately diving out of the way. Pit traps and snares are camouflaged into the ground to make them harder to detect. But if you look carefully enough, you can see them through the disguise. Try stalking to proceed with extra caution. In any case, if you think there might be traps lying around, keep a close eye on the ground and stay alert. Splitter was used quite a bit in World War II. Pit traps and snares are camouflaged into the ground to make them harder to detect.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, let's keep going. So here we are at Grannon's lab. The designer of Grannon's lab was in the chat here at the start of the marathon. One of the original Japanese developers, Hiro Asuda. She's a streamer on Twitch as well. Let me eat this gavial.
Hey, this works.
Ooh, I should have shot him first. Ah, you bitch. Take him out, please. Yeah, I think she designed parts of Groznygrad as well. And the office area where Snake gets his big boss title at the end of the game. But yeah, she's been in the channel a few times. Also during Silent Hill, because she worked on Silent Hill too. And if you've watched us play this game before, we'll often point out this room in Grannon's lab that's full of Silent Hill 3 paintings. And that's why the room is full of Silent Hill 3 paintings, because she designed the place. And it's her kind of putting her stamp on the level, including her artwork from another game. Another Konami game as well, of course. But if you've never seen this room before, or you don't know about these paintings, I'll show you now. Let me just switch into my scientist outfit. Actually, hold on. Hiro Asuda, yeah.
Huh?
I'm not sure if that's what her Twitch is. But yeah, she does art streams on Twitch and plays games too occasionally. And no, she worked on Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. She did a lot of the in-game paintings in Silent Hill 3 and a lot of the background designs. Hey, there it is. Oh, I didn't take off my face paint.
Explain the face paint.
Explain the face paint. Hold on. Bum ba da 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 dum bum bum. Her name shows up as one of the names on the tombstones in MGS3 in the patchy slot. Chances are it'll appear again in Delta. Yeah, I guess we'll see. But yeah, it was crazy having her in the stream for the first time like a year or so ago. Probably like 2 years now, maybe. I don't know. I've spent so much time admiring the places that she designed in Silent Hill 3. And spent a lot of time wondering about the paintings up here too. Finally got to ask her about it. But yeah, this room here, this is it. These pictures here, these are all from Silent Hill 3. In Silent Hill 3, they are incredibly detailed. Here, they're not so detailed, very low res. But yeah, that's why they're here. Designed by the same person. This was the thing that always confused me. Because this isn't something that you see in Silent Hill 3. But it's something that looks like it could be in Silent Hill 3. Like cut content. Those three on that side of the wall, they're all from the game itself. But this one, no. I remember asking her about it. I think she said this was just something that she drew for her own pleasure at the time while making Silent Hill 3. And then she just decided to include it here as a sort of signature. Yeah, I think it's just supposed to be another drawing of Alessa, a character from Silent Hill. In the bathroom here, I think I already have the camo, but if you're on new game, this is where you get the fly camo. In here, you have to break down the door to get it. Hello. And the fly camo is another pretty interesting camo. Another really fun one to just fuck around with in this game. A foul-smelling camo uniform. It smells so bad that it attracts flies, but it also makes enemies think twice before coming in for a proximity encounter. You can see the lovely design on it here. You got the shit, you got the piss, and you also have the overlapping shit and piss, which creates that nice orange color. Lovely. But this thing is actually pretty fun to play with in alert phase, because like the description says, the enemy will really struggle at close range. And you can get them to do some pretty wild stuff because of that. Whenever they try and attack you at close range with a knife, they'll stop themselves at the last second because they just can't handle the smell. So you're kind of invincible if you get surrounded by them at close range. They just won't be able to do anything to you, even if they're right beside you. Let's put the uniform back on. A fan designed the shit camo. Really bad humans. Oh! What the hell is this guy doing? He kicked the door open, I guess because he heard my footsteps here. You thought that was suspicious? I always forget about this little mechanic. If you're in first person and you strafe into a door, you can open it just a tad to see inside. Do these dudes react to your vomiting? I think they always do. But will I get an alert if these guys see me as a scientist getting sick? I can't remember how they react, actually. Animals, banana, mummy, and fly were designed by fans. Ah, okay.
Huh?
I'm sorry, man. Won't happen again. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Shit.
Huh? You! What are you up to?
Oh, leave me alone. I'm just gonna use a death belt. Fuck these guys. Fly camo time? Actually, you're right. Fly camo time. Perfect time for the fly camo. Now what are you gonna do? Better watch the other side here. The scientist has the right idea. Yeah, get out of here, man. Yeah, that's how it works. It's pretty OP. Yeah, I can just use this guy as a hostage and make my way to Grand and Slam. The scientist is probably gone from here. Bow down. Wow, he didn't wait a second. Snake, jump out the window. Oh my god. Oh, I'm dead. How did I survive that? Nah, let's restart. I don't want to hand this over to DRK with no health. Bum bum ba dum bum. Bum bum bum. Oh, I did it again. I forgot to take off my face camo. I always like to show the fly camo off. I just don't usually do it in this area. There we go. Now we can just casually stroll down. Ba-da-lam, ba-da-lam, ba-da-la-doo. Hold on, let me just check. Okay, still no word from DRK. Hopefully he'll be here after the Granin scene. Here we get our Sig Spray. So usually you can't use anything with the scientist outfit equipped. You can't just pull out a weapon that would ruin your disguise, right? That's the idea. But certain weapons are like spy weapons. The Sig Spray, which we can equip. And these weapons are really OP. Crazy OP. You can just run straight up to this guy, knock him out. But what really makes it powerful is that if another guard sees me do this, they won't notice. They won't know what's going on. That's what makes it really good. You still do need to be careful of the other scientists, though. When you're in the scientist outfit. They'll know. They'll know you're not one of them. In here we can get another spy weapon. The knockout handkerchief. Ooh, shit, he's on to me. Oh, shit, he's donk walking. Oh, no. Oh, no. I need... Nope.
Hey! Hey, stop!
I want him to turn around. I can't let him see me and this guy see me. I got really lucky there. He turned around at just the right moment.
Get back to work!
Oh, damn. He's keeping his eyes on me. Now he's going back. There is another way of getting past the scientists, though. We knock this guy out. The box is the one thing that perplexes them. I'll let him see me here. If a guard sees you running around in a box, they'll trigger an alert. But the scientists, they're just intrigued. Some new technology? Some new Western weapons tech? What is this? I need to run some tests. Very curious.
Stop that racket! Quiet. Let me drink it, please. Quiet. Stop that racket! Let me drink it, please. Quiet. If you're looking for Sokolov, he's not here anymore. Put that thing away. You'll spoil my drink. So, you're the intruder everyone's talking about. Typical capitalist dog. No manners.
And who are you?
You mean you've never heard of me? And you call yourself an agent? Very well, then. I am Alexander Leonovich Granin. A man of some importance, if I do say so myself. I am the foremost weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, and the head of the glorious Granin Design Bureau. This is the Order of Lenin. It is an honor of the greatest magnitude, given along with the title of Hero of Socialism to only the finest workers. It was awarded to me in recognition of my brilliant contributions to society. Since the Great Patriotic War, I have created countless weapons in the service of our great communist society. It was thanks to me that we were able to stamp out the Nazi scum. It was I who created the basic design for the mobile ballistic missile system you know and fear as SS 1C.
You're crocked, aren't you?
I'm merely drowning my sorrow. Because of him, I've got nothing to do but sit here and drink this crap.
Him?
Sokolov. It's him you're looking for, isn't it? Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. Look. It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system. A bipedal tank.
A bipedal tank?
Yes, a walking tank. A robot. Are you familiar with the theory of the missing link between apes and humans? Well, this technology will be the missing link between infantry and artillery. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will. And this magnificent Metal Gear will mark a revolutionary step forward in weapons development.
Metal Gear?
But I won't be used so easily. No crying myself to sleep. For you see, I'm going to send these documents to my friend in the United States.
What?
These bastards will live to regret this. And when they themselves become the targets of my creation, they will know my true greatness. Yes, Sokolov's pathetic Shagohod pales in comparison to my work. What are you going to do with a rocket engine on a tank?
About Sokolov.
A tank does not need a rocket. It needs something else. Look at these.
Nice shoes.
No. Legs. Legs that allow it to go anywhere. Just as when humans learn to walk upright. That is the real revolution in weaponry. Don't you agree? But the fool's in charge. Joe Sokolov.
And where is Sokolov?
My project has been terminated. The philosopher's legacy has been handed over to him.
What the hell are you talking about?
The philosopher's legacy. Haven't you heard of the philosophers? The Colonel has inherited their immense legacy. Volgin's father was in charge of the philosophers' money laundering activities. In the confusion of the war, he somehow ended up with their treasure. And Volgin inherited that treasure illegally. We never need to worry about the military budget. The development costs at our facility are all paid out of the Colonel's deep pockets. The weapons born here will be the genes for creating an entirely new form of warfare. The funding for my research came out of that legacy. Came out of it. Now, my money, my men, all have been diverted to the Shagohod project. Tomorrow, they will be conducting the final test, while Sokolov is making the final preparations in the weapons factory at Volgin's main base, the great fortress of Grozny Grad. Here I am, playing host to an enemy spy and drinking myself into a stupor.
That's where they moved Sokolov?
Yes.
And the Shagohod is there too?
Of course. Hey! You're not thinking of going to Grozny Grad. Are you mad? It's an impenetrable fortress.
I'm sure it is.
You'll be killed.
I'll take my chances.
Wait.
What?
Listen to me, you fool. I want to help you.
Help me?
To thank you for your compliment.
What compliment?
My shoes. Tatiana gave them to me. I wanted to thank you for complimenting me on them. I'll tell you how to get into the fortress. In return, I ask only that you get that idiot out of there and destroy the Shagohod. There is an underground tunnel that runs around the perimeter of the fortress. You should be able to use it to sneak into the base. Head for the mountains. The entrance to the tunnel is located there. Take this. You passed through a warehouse on your way here, didn't you?
Yeah.
There should have been a locked door inside of it. Do you remember it? This key will open that door. Beyond that door lies the vast jungle. You can climb up into the mountains from the far end of the jungle. Go back to the warehouse. Use the key to open the locked door and head for the mountains. Got it?
Why are you helping me?
Unlike Sokolov, the thought of defecting has never once crossed my mind. I love my country. I love this land. I cannot even imagine living anywhere else. I wish to remain a hero of the great motherland. I cannot bear the thought of being hounded into a corner and left to waste away. It is already dawn. You must hurry. I will remain here and nurse my troubles for a little longer. To capitalism!
All right. So there we meet Granin. If we hang around outside his room here for a couple of minutes, we'll get to we'll get to hear some new lines from him. If we just keep hanging around. I think if we knock on the wall, we just get the same stuff from him.
I have nothing more to say to you.
Oh yeah, he does.
Get out of here. I have nothing more to say to you.
Yeah, I think that's all you get from him. But if we just hang around here, he should have something else to say.
Someone's in here.
There we go. Eventually he falls asleep. Dreaming about Eva. So much dreaming in MGS3. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. You got the nightmare sequence. You got Eva talking about her dreams and all her dreams at the end. We have Gran in here and his dreams. Oh shit, hold on. My controller ran out of battery. One sec.
Someone's in here.
Sigint, Grannon said something about putting legs on a tank. Do you know what he was talking about?
If you ask me, it's gotta be a joke. Not only is making a tank walk on two legs a technical nightmare, but there's no point in making a walking tank to begin with. Putting legs on a tank would raise its clearance, increasing its frontal projection area. It'd also be less stable. Suppose the legs help the tank travel on bad roads. I don't see the logic in that. Isn't that what treads are for? I mean, anybody who'd seriously consider making a thing like that has got to be a wacko. Come to think of it, there was a guy in the States who wrote a paper on that subject. What was his name? Emerson? Heinrich? Something like that. I don't really remember. Of course, no one took that seriously.
Sigint, Grannon was saying that Sokolov's research project was a tank fitted with rockets.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any idea what he meant?
Sorry, beats me. I wonder if it's supposed to increase the tank's mobility, or maybe give the tank short-range missile launching capability. But you're sure it has something to do with Phase 2 of the Shagohod, right?
Yeah.
Khrushchev traded Cuba just to get this thing finished, and Volgin blew up a Soviet research facility to get his hands on it. Whatever it is, it's gotta be big.
It's gotta be big! Anything else?
Sigint, do you know anything about that philosopher's legacy Grannon was talking about?
Not a clue. Never even heard of something like that until now.
Right.
One thing's for sure, though. Volgin's got a huge amount of money stashed away somewhere. Philosopher's legacy, huh? Maybe it is real. That Order of Lenin that Grannon was talking about is the most prestigious award in the Soviet Union. It's given to individuals, organizations, and cities for outstanding achievements in warfare, science, industry, the arts, and various other fields. You could say it's the highest honor the East has to give. You say Grannon was involved in the development of the SS-1C. The SS-1C is the Soviets' newest short-range tactical ballistic missile. Based on what Western intel has been able to gather, it's capable of being launched from a mobile platform.
Mobile platform?
Yeah. It's a transport vehicle that functions as an erector and a launcher. It can travel on roads, then erect and launch a missile from any location. Of course, in addition to conventional explosives, the missiles could also be fitted with chemical or even nuclear warheads.
A nuclear missile that can be launched from any location.
I'll bet it wasn't the missile itself that Grannon helped develop. More likely, it was the mobile platform. From what I've heard, the SS-1C is set for actual deployment as early as next year. That's bound to send a chill down NATO's spine. So you're wearing the scientist uniform? Wearing that...
Yeah. Zero?
Major, Sokolov's already been moved to the fortress.
But that's only what Grannon told you, right? He may have been giving you false info.
No, he wasn't lying.
How can you be so sure?
Gut feeling.
Good enough for me. According to Grannon, you should be able to get to the mountains through a passage located deep in the jungle beyond the warehouse.
Right. Then if I climb the mountains, there'll be an underground tunnel leading to Groznygrad near the summit.
Start out by going back to the warehouse. Use the key you got from Grannon to open the door and proceed into the jungle. You remember where the door is, don't you? It's directly north of the door you went in when you came from the aqueduct. According to Grannon, you should be able to get to the mountains through a passage located deep in the jungle beyond the warehouse. Start out by going back to the warehouse. Use the key you got from Granin to open the door and proceed into the jungle. You remember where the door is, don't you?
Yeah.
Major, Eva isn't responding to the radio.
Right.
Right.
Snake, she's been talking to you from inside an enemy facility. She's not always going to be able to answer the radio. Don't assume something's wrong just because you're not getting a response. Don't worry about Eva. Stay focused on your mission.
Got it.
Snake, this is... Snake.
You got some instant noodles, huh?
Instant noodles?
Uh-huh. It was invented in Japan just recently. Add some hot water and it's ready to eat. It's cheap and can be stored for a long time. And besides, it's delicious. It's like a miracle food.
Wow.
Speaking of which...
Yeah.
Are you going to eat that?
I was planning on it, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Is there some reason I shouldn't?
No, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean?
I was just going to say that if you weren't going to eat it, you should bring it back to me. I've always wanted to try some.
Whatever.
I see you've captured a poison dart frog. The poison dart frog is native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They normally grow between 2 and 5 centimeters in length, but for some reason the ones in that area seem to be much bigger than that. Poison dart frogs are known to carry a potent neurotoxin called familiotoxin. Long ago, people used the poison to coat their arrows for hunting. Watch out, because if you eat one, you'll get food poisoning.
Alright, fools, I think DRK is ready to take over. I'm just gonna move onto the next area and then save. If I can get past this scientist. Come on, do something. The box, again, is the best strat for those scientists. Oh boy. It's warm. I'm sweating. Let me save here.
Do you want to save?
So, you know the drill. I'm gonna send this save over to DRK. I'll play some tunes for a few minutes while you wait. Then I'll come back to sign off. Well, I guess we have to go through the save call as well. Let's do that.
Snake, have you seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
Alright, fools. Like I said, give me a few minutes while I get the save sent over to DRK. And he'll be picking up right where we left off here. I'll be right back. All right, fools. The arcade's ready. You know the drill. The stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds, and the arcade will be back up, picking up right where we left off with the same save. Let me just check my dashboard one more time. L3. Thank you very much for the 12, the big year. Much appreciated. That's the last name I see here. Thank you. Yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. The stream will be back with DRK, and I'll be back in around 12 hours. Till next time, don't go anywhere.